5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Happy another sports day, Johnny. It is Kincade and Salciunas on another sports day.
Yes.
A day in which we talk about the Philadelphia Eagles, the second half of the season, Walls, when it comes to the players, of course, and Nick Sirianni. I want to have a legitimate conversation about him and try to take emotion out of it. Good luck to myself.
Yeah, good luck.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
The sports eagle god that is Saquon Barkley, floating like an angel. Like, it was unbelievable what he was able to do yesterday.
And for some reason, Nick Sirianni continues to do it. He makes the easy stuff hard.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
That's a good start. Good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
It is the last warm day of the year, so Connor Thomas is feeling good.
You said that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm not buying it, Johnny
You're
weather.
full of it. You know what?
What do you think?
You got me in trouble because I told my wife, I said, hey, John said this is like the last 70-something degree day, like 4 weeks ago. Let's enjoy it. I'm sweating my ass off yesterday. I'm outside in sweats.
Oh, it was hot yesterday.
And I'm like, what the hell? This John Kincade told me it was going to be 50 degrees and below from here on out. My God, I'm in shorts and a T-shirt today.
Yeah, today's the last day, though, so November the 6th.
Groundhog
So,
Day.
Here we go.
You just said that. Now, this is not the first time you said that.
Here we go again.
My
but
God.
And we're going to, by the way, I will say, we're going to
John Tynan.
We are going to pay for this. We are going to pay this winter for this.
Yeah, well,
this is gorgeous,
you
by
and
the
your
way.
Fuzzy caterpillars.
It's awesome. Yeah, the fuzzy caterpillars are out, so we're there.
All right. So here's where we're going to start. So, again, it is a sports day. All right. I know everything that's going on in the world. We are a sports talk radio station, and
we're a show that is going to talk about that.
That's it.
Yep.
For the rest of our debate, Connor's the mediator when it comes to sports. Okay?
Our platform is sports.
Absolutely. And honestly, that's all I care about. And my kid and my wife. That's basically it. I'm a very simple man.
Yeah, you are. More simple by the day, I'm learning.
But when it comes to Nick Sirianni, it's not so simple for me. Or maybe it is simple for me to just be angry at him all the time because he hasn't really made it that much different for me since I wanted him fired from last season. But today, I want to try to take a step back from the emotion of the latest bonehead decisions and the latest examples where he is trying to say that he would stick by those bad decisions. It's Wednesday. Monday, the show was about Nick Sirianni because of his decision-making. Yesterday, we tried doing a more positive show.
I thought it was very positive.
It was very positive, but we still had to react to his press conference Monday where he stands by his decision-making.
Double down.
Today, I want to take a little bit of a step back because this show, when it first started back in March, had two members who wanted to move on from the head coach, Nick Sirianni, and that's myself and Connor Thomas, and you wanted him back.
And I was staunchly against your opinion.
And so before we continue into the conversation, let's just remind the people, little spark notes, why we either wanted him gone or wanted him back. So I wanted him gone because I looked at it from a business standpoint. If your business is failing for 2 months, and this is San Francisco 49ers game leading up to the playoff game against the Buccaneers. If your business is failing for 2 months and it's time to have the, final quarter, getting prepared for the final quarter.
Let's regroup. And
you go up to the boss ahead of you, right? In this case, Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Rosen. And they go, all right, Nick, what are you going to do differently? Because we've been spiraling out of control the last 2 months. This previous quarter has been very bad for us financially. Oh, we're going to just keep doing the same thing. That's exactly what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game was. It was the exact same thing. And when I saw that game unfold, I thought, okay, there's no rallying the troops playing for Nick Sirianni because I saw lack of effort. I saw business decisions by Byard. I will call him out specifically because I saw him just completely whiff at tackles, I believe, purposely. I saw a horrible game plan that was the same horrible game plan for a 2-month stretch. And he had all those weapons at his disposal. I know A.J. Brown was hurt, but I felt like a year of my Eagles fandom was wasted. And when that happens, that's problematic to me. And I was ready to move on. I didn't ignore the success that Nick Sirianni had in the past. That guy coached a team to a Super Bowl. I can never take that away from him. I will never do that to any coach that ever got to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But that happened in 2022. In 2023, I thought that second half of the year was abysmal, and the fact that he went into a second Giants game, forget the Buccaneers playoff game for a second, a second Giants game when you had just played them a couple of weeks earlier, not being ready to go up against the blitz, that we all know what Wink Martindale's strategy is. Forget Todd Bowles in a playoff game, and they let Jalen Hurts out to dry. Tyler Steen didn't dress when you knew you were going to pull your offensive lineman. It got to the point where Jason Kelce had to go back into the game. I thought he was in over his own head. And so that's why I wanted him gone. It had nothing to do with any personal stuff, actions. I didn't care about his excitement or anger on the sideline. It was just the sheer strategic elements of coaching that I did not like, and that's why I wanted him to move on.
And I would just tell you simply that 3 consecutive years of playoff berths is something the Philadelphia Eagles rarely ever did.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, only Andy Reid did it. I believe maybe Buddy Ryan had. I would say that Nick Sirianni had bad coordinators last year, abysmally bad coordinators that I don't believe were necessarily his hires.
I agree with you.
So to me, I said, get competent coordinators in here, because when I've seen Nick Sirianni with competent coordinators, I've seen him go to a Super Bowl.
Fair enough.
I was like, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. And I still think they made the right decision bringing him back even today. But I swear I'm here. I'm here with him. I'm on the edge of just being like, this guy is just never going to get out of his own way. And that's something I don't respect in people in business or my personal life or otherwise. I do not respect people who cannot get out of their own way, who, when given an opportunity to fix something, refuse to fix it.
Right.
Or refuse to try something different to see if it'll work better. If you're not capable of trying change and being adaptable, to me, honestly, you're of no use to me. Like, I just don't respect it. So to me, I thought Nick Sirianni would be that guy. So far, it's very mixed reviews.
Connor, Spark Notes version. Where were you? I know where you were. You wanted him fired. Reasoning.
Yeah, team collapsed. He didn't have answers. I don't think he is a great X's and O's coach, and I don't think anyone's debating that right now. I looked at it and I said, okay, if you don't have coordinators that are doing their job the right way, what do you make up for as a head coach? And I wanted a head coach with the roster that this team had and the window I believed them to have and the talent that I thought they were going to bring onto the field this year. Like, I thought the talent was going to be good enough for them to compete for something big time. NFC Championship game, Super Bowl, whatever you put that ceiling at. And if you have a head coach that doesn't add to the team in a distinct way, I think you can do better. It's not that the Eagles couldn't drag Nick Sirianni somewhere. It's that I felt if you're dragging your head coach, you're doing a disservice to keep that guy, especially when the window's as open as it seems to be with the talent on this roster. And I thought that there were also, with the coaching carousel last year, some options, whether they were realistic for the Eagles or not,
right,
that would have put them in a better spot.
All right, so there's our Spark Notes of where we were at before this season started. Now, I know that you are this close.
Oh, I'm this close. I feel, but the thing is, though, I always give people the benefit of the doubt.
And that's beautiful.
It's just my nature. No, I think it's stupid. And it's funny is I always tell my own child.
It could also be beautiful.
No,
it doesn't have to be stupid.
No, I tell my own child. I seriously will. I ask my daughter next time you see her. I tell her all the time, don't be like your father. Because I blindly say, this person just kicked me in the privates.
Yeah.
But you know what? They're not going to do it again. That was an isolated incident. I got to trust this. And I invariably, once again, need the steel reinforced cup from the same people. I never learn. It's a flaw. It's a character flaw I never learn.
Okay.
I think, in a way, when I watch this Eagles team, I'm watching a guy in Nick Sirianni that just doubles down on, no, you think I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Look, I did everything right the other day. And I'll tell you, it just makes my ears bleed. It's the other day he made my ears bleed to the first time where I said, you know what, I'm just about done with him.
Now, here's the thing. Again, going to try to be as little emotional as possible.
Okay.
And take the step back a little bit because, John, there are people that still stick up for him in this city.
Oh, there are plenty of people. I mean, I navigate them every day.
And that's why
so do you.
I want to try to be as fair as possible because the first 2 days of the show of this week, we've talked so much about his decision making.
Right, you don't want to poison the well of the discussion.
And every once in a while, we have a person that texts in or calls in or emails in and says, well, they won. And all they do is win. And they find out ways to win. And people throw the record in your face and all that kind of stuff. And we kind of touched on it yesterday when we had Amy in here for the 7 o'clock hour. We didn't really get to expand on it. And it was whether or not the past helps or hurts your mindset. I would say the past helped your mindset in wanting him to come back because of those 3 straight seasons of of reaching the playoffs.
Right.
So you're not alone in that. I'm sure a lot of people are like that. When people call in after an Eagles win where Nick Sirianni becomes the story, where people keep on going, well, why are you doing this? They had the lead to begin with because of his coaching. Think about it. We had a caller that say, yeah, they may have made that game closer, but they had the lead to begin with because of his coaching. So there are people that still stick up for him.
They didn't have the lead in that game because of his coaching.
Listen,
you know what I mean?
I know.
You're going to hear that.
I know.
But that is a complete falsehood.
Right.
Like, what did he do that put them in that position?
He helps the game plan. I don't know, John.
He didn't touch the defensive game plan, and I'm going to tell you right now, this team is winning, honestly, sometimes more because of its defense and offense.
Oh, absolutely has. It has been ultimately, not in recent games, but ultimately the better side of the ball so far this season through the 8 games that they've played. But the people that defend Nick, they win. Everybody points out that the players love him. They ignore the whole Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni thing from during the offseason, even though that seems to be better.
It seems like they fixed that.
And then there's Jeff McClain, who people in this city, I think wrongfully, don't like Jeff McClain because he does his job. Jeff McClain covers the Eagles for the Inquirer. He doesn't write for, Eagles.com. He doesn't write for ILoveTheEagles.com.
Yes.
He covers the Eagles for the Inquirer, and he is a old-school journalist that gives credit where credit is due, and when it's time to be critical, he's critical. Jeff McClain joined us yesterday and was completely against what you and I were saying about Nick Sirianni's decision-making.
I think I went back and listened to it yesterday, and I was shocked because he was very okay. Flat out, I'm okay with it.
He's very pro-Nick in what happened, not all the time, but in what happened on Sunday against the Jags. He's very pro-Nick. So I'm going to play 2 clips for you, and then I will ask you the question today. Here's Jeff McClain talking about nothing egregious with Nick Sirianni's decisions.
Over the course of the game, I didn't think anything was egregious, and then I kind of went back and looked at him individually. And I think you have to look at the process more than the results. And I would say, taking each one on its own, I really didn't see anything egregiously wrong with the decisions he made. The 2-point conversions, that's what you do. They've been successful doing that a lot of times when they've given just 1 yard. You run the play that you've been successful with 90% of the time. So I don't see anything wrong with either of those. 4th down decisions, same thing. At those times, kind of understood why he went for it. And maybe the 4th and inches, it seems like they lost a little faith in the push after it had been stopped twice. So for me, I didn't really see anything that was that bad. And part of the equation is, when you are evaluating it is, they didn't score. They weren't successful on those plays. So that is part of the evaluation too. So that's fair to criticize him. But there have obviously been plenty of times when he's been aggressive and it's panned out for him. And we have to point out those times as well, because that's been Nick's MO throughout his tenure as a head coach. So I don't see anything greatly, I didn't see anything was terribly wrong with it.
So he had no problem with the 6 decisions. We had 2 no problem, 2 we could see, 2 we were against. Jeff was fine with all 6.
Which I can't believe, even when I came back and challenged him on the 2, he didn't think it was this crazy thing. Jeff's a bit on an island there.
Yes, he is.
But I respect the hell out of him, and I know that he's watched a lot of football and he studies the game really well. So I got to respect it and go, okay, he sees something that I don't. I believe I'm on the right side of history with this one.
Yeah, I think so, too.
You don't take points off the board when you're up 3 scores. You don't do those things. But it holds me back on my enthusiasm about where I think they can land.
Right, because you're excited, and then you see them win in spite of the head coach.
Right.
And that's why we had a question literally earlier this week. If you can win big in spite of a head coach. Here's one more clip from Jeff McClain where he talks about the narrative about Sirianni should be positive.
If I was looking at Nick right now, and it's like I kind of would look at what he's done to kind of turn this thing around. You know, the way the offense has really evolved and become, run-oriented, and the way they're utilizing Saquon Barkley, obviously, but just the run game and taking something off of John Hurts, who's been playing his best football of the season, hasn't had a turnover. I'd look at defensively, the tackling has been noticeably improved. Those are stuff that Nick has implemented in practice. I mean, they're practicing tackling in the middle of the season. That doesn't typically happen, and you're seeing the direct result on the field. The turnovers, the defense is creating turnovers all of a sudden. Now, all that being said, I think we have to put this all in the proper context. The teams that they've beaten the last 4 weeks are a collective 10-26. So I'm not saying this team is great and that there aren't flaws in there.
So he's more positive about Nick Sirianni, which is amazing because everybody thinks that Jeff McClain just hates the Eagles.
But you know what, though? There's probably a lot of our listeners, and I believe this, there's a lot of our listeners who say, dudes, 6-2, you're not looking at it enough that this team, whether it's the Saquon Barkley one pass away, I believe many of our listeners look at us and go, I get what you're saying, but I'm not going where you guys go. I think there's a lot of people who would actually align with Jeff more on this than we believe, than we think. Connor's nodding his head. I believe there is a silent group of fans that don't call or don't text at 610-632-0975.
Good work.
That really believe the way Jeff does. They're 6-2, guys. They can get over this stuff. These are bumps in the road, and everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, and I totally get that part of the fan base. I know what happened last year, but I've always been in the position that I think last year was such a strange anomaly that I'm not going to go into every season for the rest of my life thinking, well, if they're not winning by 40, they're going to collapse and lose like the last 7 games and fall apart in the post. Like, that was weird and it was annoying, but I'm not going to let that become something that I think is a normal thing to happen to any team, much less a team that's talented. So the record matters and how you get there also matters. And I think we have to find a balance. And I was a little bit less upset at the game than you guys were on Monday. Like, I was a little less worked up. Now, I think part of that was it was more what I expected to happen as far as the final score. But when you look at the decision making at the end of the day, if he's good enough to win significantly more often than he loses, that does have to be taken into account.
So the question today at 610-632-0975. When I ask you, tell me what you think about Nick Sirianni, what's your answer? And Jeff McClain says the narrative should be more positive around Nick Sirianni than negative. What's your reaction to that? I don't agree with Jeff.
I don't either.
Just because he's on the show every single Tuesday, and I love our conversations with Jeff, and I think he is one of the best reporters in this city, not just covering the Eagles. I know he just covers the Eagles, but I mean, if I'm going to put the tier of all the reporters in the city, I do believe Jeff McClain is damn near the top, which is why we have him on every single Tuesday. We love having him on because of how great he is. It doesn't mean I have to agree with him all the time. I disagree with him there.
So do I.
I don't my mindset about Nick Sirianni is not positive. But when he tries to paint the picture of all the success, the turnaround, the coaching that he's now doing week to week, which he's at NovaCare. We're not. Fans aren't. He sees what's going on at practice. So should the narrative be more positive around Nick Sirianni than negative? Please answer that question for us today. We will talk to you about it all day today at 610-632-0975. We got a lot to get to today.
And I really do want to hear from people today that totally think we're off base on this. Because I bet you there will be parts of their argument we will not disagree with. I think overall our visions may end up being much more the same than different. But I have a feeling there's a lot of people that are saying, you know what, you guys, you need a little bit of a wake-up call on this. You need a little bit of a wake-up call. Or you're being too negative on it. And I can convince you why.
And then this is why it's amazing, because we were more positive coming into this season
Correct.
than fans.
Correct.
But now that they're winning games, and I think in spite of the head coach, I have to call that out. And people go, but they're winning games.
I feel a lot like
It's the topsy-turvy land,
It
man.
is.
It's
It
a
really is.
topsy-turvy land. So when I ask you, tell me what you think about Nick Sirianni, your response is, and should we be more positive when it comes to the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles? 610-632-0975. That's the number to climb in. Coming up next, the NFL trade deadline was yesterday. We will react to some of the moves that happened, because there are some moves that we should keep an eye on. And, of course, we react to the Eagles doing nothing. Also, Joel Embiid's suspension is official. We'll talk about that as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
pro.
It is 6:30 on this Wednesday morning, which means, John, Adam Schefter.
Oh, I love that.
So Shefty joins us at 8 o'clock today, as he does every single Wednesday. And we always look forward to our conversations with Shefty. And I feel like I always do this. But this week, we get to talk to him about. But seriously, this week, today, we get to talk to him about the NFL trade deadline, which happened yesterday at 4 o'clock Eastern, and the Eagles did a whopping zilch. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. So we'll talk about it because I know
we have a different thought process on it, and it's but I don't think we're of uncommon mind.
Yeah, so I saw a couple people tweet this out, and I think we touched on it last week. I forget if it was on the air or off the air. We may have just talked about it as a show last week. You guys can remind me. And my man Brandon Lee Gallon actually tweeted this out again yesterday. And
he likes you, by the way.
I like Brandon. I've known him for a while.
He did. I sat next to him at the Birds.
Tallest,
good to see him.
tallest man in journalism.
He's a monster. Not a monster person.
No.
Monster height.
He basically made the point of, look, if you're going to make a trade, it has to be like a big move or don't make one because these steals haven't worked out, right? Kevin Byard being a steal didn't work out. Robert Quinn being a steal didn't work out. Jannard Avery being a steal didn't work out. We did talk about this a couple weeks ago. The last steal that worked was Jay Ajayi, and that was 7 years ago. Like, Howie Roseman hasn't necessarily made a steal in season. I think he's made good moves off season, but like
it's a good move.
Like
yeah.
Golden Tate, I liked the move at the time. They never found a way to use him until a freaking playoff game, right? The steals haven't necessarily worked for Howie Roseman. So what's the point of trading another second or third day draft pick in the middle of the season, getting the guy integrated into the offense or into the defense? He's never going to necessarily play to a level that you wanted him to play. Like the Detroit Lions, the move that they made yesterday for Zadarius Smith, total sense. You lost your best edge rusher, who is one of the best edge rushers in the NFL, and you needed a player to replace that. The Commanders getting Lattimore is a big move for them because they needed help in the secondary.
And the Eagles facilitated it. The Jahan Dotson draft pick is what they were able to use. I think it makes the Dotson pickup, unless things change drastically. And one big catch does not change.
No, one big catch doesn't change.
It has not.
Maybe Jalen trusts him more.
Maybe.
Who
Maybe
knows?
that
We'll
works.
see.
But overall, that was a great pickup by the Commanders.
Yes, it was a great
facilitated by the Eagles.
Right. But I don't know what
I would have done that move. I would have done the move Detroit made yesterday.
Of course,
in a second.
Of course you would. But they made the mistake with Bryce Huff. So what are they going to do? Have Bryce Huff and Zadarius Smith?
Right. Zadarius Smith, though, is a guy you have for a year and a half. And Zadarius Smith is a guy who there is no question of what he is.
I got you.
Bryce Huff was a mystery man who had gotten a lot of sacks in garbage time.
Right.
That doesn't mean he can't materialize into something. But I would have done that move yesterday with the draft pick in a second. In a second.
Yeah, of course.
I just am, but we'll get into it all.
Well, no, I want you to talk.
I'm frustrated
because you're frustrated.
I'm frustrated because, but I'm not frustrated about that. I'm not frustrated about that though. And you said yesterday, did you say something like I'm more apt? Or was it Connor? You said like more apt to be Chicken Little.
Yes.
Connor said it. Yes.
Okay.
Respectfully.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to tell you, it doesn't have to be like in fandom. It doesn't have to be respectfully. I guarantee, and I own it. I raise my hand. I am so deeply concerned that the straw that stirs this drink is Saquon Barkley, and they are going to break the wheels off him. And either one of two things happens: he's going to get injured, like he has previously in his career, or he's going to be worn down that he's not at his best in January when you need him the most.
See, now this is where you amaze me.
Okay,
and I'm. Respectfully.
No, you don't have to don't do that. You guys, look, this is like barroom conversation. I am like, if I was discussing this with my brother or my friends, I would not worry about being respectful.
All right.
Go for it.
It was 4 weeks ago, where you uttered the words behind this microphone, I don't think they're using Saquon Barkley enough.
I did.
Now you're worried that they're using him too much.
Well, because he's on track for his largest production of his career ever.
I understand.
He's 27.
But you were against the idea earlier in the year about potentially in-game load managing to try to keep him healthy come playoff time.
I'm all for in-game load managing. That's where I do disagree with you completely.
Okay.
I am just, there are positions in the points in the game where I want him in there, and there are other times where I think if you're doing it right, you can have him out. And to me,
well, yeah, if you don't blow a lead like this past Sunday, he's not playing in the fourth quarter.
So if the coach makes decisions properly, you don't have to give Saquon Barkley. And I went back and looked yesterday because Geek Boy was a geek. There are 7-8 carries in that game that didn't need to happen.
Right.
And they happened because of Nick Sirianni's decision-making. Because you needed that last drive. Because you needed more points. Because you mismanaged the game. I'm concerned that they're not going to, when these games get tougher, be able to win games with Saquon on the bench.
And now the question is, who would you have wanted?
Well, we don't know. We don't know who was.
I know. The only running back I saw move was Khalil Herbert. You know, he had a decent career.
Do you think Khalil Herbert? Do you think Khalil Herbert? If something happened to Saquon, Herbert Gainwell, would you feel pretty good?
Individually, Herbert the better player, but Kenneth Gainwell's been in this offense for his entire career.
Well, Saquon just entered this offense.
Well, Saquon, yeah, but Khalil Herbert's not Saquon Barkley.
No, I understand.
You know what I mean?
I understand, but I don't think there's this huge learning curve.
I got you
to this offense,
but
especially when they simplify it.
Not only so, I'm going to try to speak as if I'm Howie Roseman. Like if you asked Howie today, "Hey Howie, why don't you get it back? Like what if?" And if I'm Howie Roseman, my first answer will be, "Well, we're not making a trade as if Saquon Barkley were to get hurt." But then
I'm not reading just going on.
I know,
hurt.
I get it.
Right.
But then he would continue and say, "We like Kenny. He's been here for a couple of years now. Clearly, we like him. We kept him over other options. And don't forget, we drafted a running back in the 4th round this year, Mr.
Oh, really?
Kincade.
Have I seen him?
No. Because he hasn't had to play.
If you told me...
He hasn't had to play.
What? Well, hasn't had to?
Yes.
No, hasn't been available to because of the situation your team's been in. You're not using Will Shipley. So we have no idea what Will Shipley is. And I am a Will Shipley fan.
Yeah, but they're going to say we drafted him, so if we do need him...
He has no experience, so you haven't been getting him experience. You haven't been getting him carries. You haven't been giving him any shot. So you're going to count on him in January to win football games for you if something happens to Saquon, or to win a game at the Ravens or at the Rams if something was to happen? I think a veteran back would have been extremely prudent.
Howie would then say, well, why do we need to win with a back? I have Jalen Hurts throwing to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Dallas Scott. Again, I'm playing the role of Howie.
And I'm going to say,
you know me, I'm a run-first guy, especially with this team.
Howie, if you think I'm going to say, if you think your team is winning with just a pass strategy, I'm here to give you the spoiler alert.
I agree.
I binge watched. The Eagles aren't winning that way. I went to episode 10. I saw the finale. The Menendez brothers are in jail.
Wow.
You know what I mean? They're getting out soon, by the way. So I would have checked one of them out at back. You know what I mean? At this point. No, I just think it's one of those things where, again, but I acknowledge, as Connor pointed out yesterday, I tend to be more Chicken Little, that I worry about.
Yeah, because then I could say, all right, well, then they should trade for another backup quarterback, because if Jalen gets hurt, your season's over with Kenny Pickett.
Oh, no, people think Kenny Pickett's the bomb.
I don't think many people think that.
Yeah,
I wanted Justin Fields. So.
Yeah, but I don't think many people think Kenny Pickett's the bomb.
Oh, no, I had people arguing with me that Kenny Pickett's a better investment than Justin Fields. I think you're freaking nuts, but it's there.
I don't think anyone's calling any of them great quarterbacks, though.
No, but you can win with it.
Right.
You can win with Justin Fields. It's already been and Mike Tomlin's proved it.
Yeah, he has proved it.
Good coach. You can win with Justin Fields. It may not be everything you want, but you can win with him.
So, look, our main topic today is about Nick Sirianni and whether or not the narrative around Nick should be more positive than negative. Answer that question for us at 610-632-0975. But the trade deadline came and went yesterday. I'm kind of just like, if they made a move for an edge rusher, so be it. He was going to play 20% of the snaps, right? Like, they weren't going to trade for Crosby. They weren't going to trade for Myles Garrett.
Well, they weren't even on the market.
Exactly.
Like, people were just making that stuff
they
up.
weren't, like, those moves weren't going to happen.
They were aggregator clickbait.
When the trade deadline happened at 4 o'clock and Tyrone Johnson of the Best Show Ever said they didn't make any moves, I continue to go about my day. I did.
And I did too. I just
Connor?
I mean, listen, here's the thing. When I look at this roster, it's very hard for you to trade assuming future injury because that's where you get caught up in moving assets you don't have to for something that could happen. There are times when that's smart, and there are times when that's overly cautious and you give up assets that you could really use in the future. So I can understand both sides of that argument. Either way, that's kind of wishy-washy to me. I'm like, if you want to do it, okay. If you don't want to do it, okay. I see both sides. So to me, the main argument is this roster skilled enough as is to win? And when I look at the players, if they're healthy, like this roster is skilled enough to win at all positions. Even with the pass rush could be better. Like you could have more depth at the linebacker position. You could add another running back. Are the Eagles talented enough this year? Absolutely. And that's why I was more like, it doesn't really bother me that they did nothing.
Yeah, and by the way, they're going to probably acquire somebody off of waivers at some point. But it's going to be, they might get that veteran back that you want.
well, the one thing is waivers is not. There's too many teams in front of you,
I know.
but we'll see.
Yeah, we're going to see. All right, coming up next, we hear from you. We check the text line for the first time today at 610-632-0975. Also, Joel Embiid officially suspended for 3 games. We will discuss the aftermath next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Ricky Vitalico.
Once again, we're back to certain things that happened last year. The team wins.
6:47 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on another sports day, Johnny.
It's a wonderful sports day.
We're talking about Nick Sirianni and whether or not the narrative around him should be positive, because that's what Jeff McClain tried saying yesterday to us, even though we may disagree with them. You'll hear that clip again in the 7 o'clock hour, but that's our first topic. Our second topic, reaction to the NFL trade deadline yesterday. The Lions and Commanders both made big moves. The Eagles did not make any move. I'm more so concerned about what the Lions and Commanders did than what the Eagles didn't do.
Good point. It made me, though, where you said you were able to go. When you hear Tyrone on Best Show Ever be like, well, no moves came, and you were able to go, okay, let's move on.
I was driving home from ShopRite.
Whereas I say, very good. Is it can? They do the can, right?
They do the can, but it was not can.
It wasn't
sale.
can
No.
sale. I know Doc takes advantage of that every year. He plans for like weeks for it.
That's great.
You're at the you were like that. I looked at it as your two major teams you have to worry about. The two in your division, the Commanders, who people keep sleeping on and saying, they're not real. They're not. They just got better. They got better, and you helped facilitate it. And the Detroit Lions clearly got better.
They did.
So,
You're right.
so to
So
me,
I look at it more as that
to
than I
me,
do the
they
Eagles not doing something.
They just, if you think I do not think the Eagles are behind the Commanders, but I believe the Eagles are neck and neck with the Commanders because of their easy schedule, and they have an easy schedule where the Eagles do not have an easy schedule. And I think they're going to be trouble.
Yeah, I look at that because you don't play Detroit, and I think Detroit has the inside track to the 1 seed. Like, I just do. I think they're a very quality team. And the Commanders, you're going to play them twice, so you have the opportunity to make up the games that they have on you. I look at how those players that were acquired would match up against the Eagles. And Zadarius Smith is going to go against either Jordan Mailata or Lane Johnson. I'm not too worried about that. And Marshawn Lattimore is going to have to defend either A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. I mean, it helps them significantly because they didn't have a guy for that, but I trust the guys matched up against those guys. They became better teams. But again, I go back to, like, is there a team that I see that's like, oh, well, that team's significantly more talented than the Eagles. If you play them, you're in trouble. That team doesn't exist. There may be slightly better teams, but that team where it's a clear difference in skill level of players does not exist in the NFL this year.
That's a fair point. All right, what do we have on the text line? And then we're going to get into a little bit of a Joel Embiid discussion.
So Joe checks in and says, when it comes to Saquon Barkley, he might surpass all of his totals this year, looking at the numbers he's already put up. But with that, the road to those numbers may be paved a little nicer than when he played for the Giants. He may have higher numbers, but the usage may be less taxing.
I would tell you that carries is what matters in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And if anybody doesn't believe it, there is tons of data for 300 touchbacks and what it means for them later in seasons and when the next season, which also matters for this window of opportunity the Birds have. So 300 carry backs, there tends to be a price to pay, whether it's that season or whether it's the season after.
Totally fair. Totally fair. All right. We'll continue all this discussion as the show goes on, of course. But Joel Embiid officially suspended 3 games yesterday. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know what happened. In case you do live under a rock, there was an altercation in the locker room the other day. Marcus Hayes of the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, wrote a story about Joel Embiid not playing, and he mentioned his late brother and his son in the story, which was completely out of line. And then Joel Embiid saw him for the first time the other day and got into it with Marcus, and I'm going to believe the reports of it was a shove.
It was our own Kevin Cooney was there.
Yeah, no,
it was a shove. It was not an assault.
The Inquirer wrote it as if it was like an assault, and it was not.
Well,
and I understand that they're backing their employee, but
if it was an assault, we would have a chalk body outline on the floor.
Yeah.
Because if it was Marcus, if it was me, if it was you, we would not get up off the floor.
I stand tall, John.
I was going to say, don't include me in that.
Oh, please.
I stand tall, John.
He'd blow on you two and go.
Plus, me and Joel will never get into an altercation.
Well, he knows you're his flower.
I love Joel Embiid.
You're going to be you're like his flower child. You walk around and put the rose petals in front of him.
Remember that video of him eating the grapes? I'll feed him the grapes.
Feed him the grapes.
I'll feed him the grapes. I love you, JoJo.
And a foot rub.
Now, the question is, how do you handle the aftermath? And I'm talking to the audience because yesterday, when the suspension came down, there was a lot of people on social media demanding Marcus Hayes' credential to be revoked. You can't do it.
And more importantly, what would be the grounds?
Well, that's the thing. So Marcus Hayes, completely out of line with what he wrote.
Right.
Marcus Hayes did not shove Joel Embiid. If Marcus Hayes assaulted Joel Embiid.
No, done at that point. Never enter again.
It's over.
Right.
That did not happen.
It did not.
Like, do you remember the video that should not have been posted? And I believe
Of what?
Of Nick Castellanos and Jim Salisbury. Once the
yeah.
That video should not have been posted, and people got in trouble for it.
It should not have been.
That stuff happens often. You
It does happen
could
often.
speak to it more than I can because
saw
you've
it.
done a lot more locker room duties
Right.
before.
I have. I've been embedded with teams before.
Yeah.
It's happened a lot.
So
There are
player and
things.
media, they've clashed before, and everybody's okay afterward.
No, it usually takes a little mending of fences, but it
Yeah.
works. It's fine.
Marcus Hayes went out of line, and that's why it led to this. The question is, how do you handle the aftermath? I think it's simple. If you don't like what Marcus Hayes writes, don't read it.
Don't consume it.
That's all.
They now, unlike the old days when you bought a Daily News or an Inquirer, and you bought it and they had no idea what you were buying it for, because it was a physical newspaper. They don't know who you read and who you didn't read.
Right, exactly.
Now they know exactly what you click on and exactly who you like. And some of the outlets, like The Athletic, actually ask you, did you love it? Was it
What
meh?
did you think?
Was it terrible?
Right.
They ask you for, you get to grade the writer.
It's like those buttons when you leave the bathroom at an airport. I always hit the green one.
I don't hit it because I'm always thinking people haven't washed their hands.
That's true.
Zach Berman, our friend from The Athletic. Zach Berman's getting it. He's getting that green, that
All the time.
excellent stuff all the time. If you like stuff, you do it.
So look, guys, his credential will not be revoked. And this is not me standing up for him. I think what he wrote was completely out of line. And if I'm Joel Embiid, I'm never looking him in the eye again.
But we defend he should not have his credential.
No, his credential will not get revoked. So the aftermath is up to you, whether or not you continue to read it or not.
Yes.
Plain and simple. It's honestly, it's like the whole Twitter conversation we have. If it bothers you so much, get off it.
Correct.
If what he writes bothers
down
you so
your
much,
phone. Put it down.
don't read it. That's simple, in my opinion. Would love to talk to you guys about that as well at 610-632-0975. 7 o'clock hours ahead, which means we reset the entire show. And, John, you have a little Chicken Little in you right now about something else.
Oh, no.
The late season wall. Do the Eagles hit it? We discuss that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
7 a.m. on this Wednesday morning, 1 hour from now. Adam Schefter joins us. We get to talk about the NFL trade deadline, some of the big moves that happened in the NFL, specifically for the Lions and Commanders. The Eagles doing nothing at the trade deadline. Would love your reaction to it. And, of course, we're talking about Nick Sirianni. But real quick, guys, I am concerned and disgusted at the same time.
What about?
Have you been in our back hallway here recently?
No.
There are 15 dead ladybugs. I counted 15.
Okay.
And at least 30 flies. Where did they come from?
And around 30
I don't know.
flies?
I'm telling you, during the next commercial break, go out there.
Okay, that's not good.
We're going to have a memoriam.
I would say the one thing to you, though, is the big deal, is that you both were proven wrong about something.
What did I do now?
You both were proven wrong on an opinion you had. You were kind enough to bring in a big bag of candy. Oh, that wasn't you?
It was Mike Vito.
Mike Vito brought it in.
Yeah.
Okay, the big bag of candy. Yeah. And you both raved about the Whopper
Yeah.
being a top-notch item.
For us personally.
And I told you that if you put a bag of that candy and dumped it in, that at the end of the day, you'd have a big pile of Whoppers left in that in that big
That's
bowl.
right.
And what's left in the bowl? All the Whoppers.
You know what I
all the
look at this,
Whoppers you
Connor?
want.
More Whoppers for
More
us.
for us, baby.
But
Also,
you two,
there were a bunch of biscuits, and then there were pretzels.
yeah,
like,
but wait.
it wasn't a clean test.
The Reese's Cups disappeared.
Yeah, of course.
Well, yeah,
The
of course
Hershey
they did.
bars disappeared.
That's all right.
But the Whoppers are still there.
You guys followed a big candy. It's okay.
And also, like, that was-
we eat our Whoppers. You followed a big candy. It's okay.
That was a murderer's row of candy. Kit
That
Kats,
was.
Hershey's,
That's-
Reese's,
yeah, it
and
is.
Whoppers.
Listen,
I mean, that doesn't
I'm
make
not
Whoppers
comparing
bad.
the Whopper to the Reese's. They're two different entities.
You guys are unbelievable.
Whoppers are good.
There you go.
Be on the right side of history, John. Whoppers good.
So our main topics today, and we'd love to hear from you at 610-632-0975. You can text in, you can call in. We have 3 talking points today, so I know. Bear with us here. The first one was about Nick Sirianni. And somebody's probably driving right now in their car, just tuning in for the first time, saying, oh, of course it's about Nick Sirianni and the decisions. No. We're having a different kind of conversation about Nick Sirianni because Jeff McClain joined us yesterday. And he explained how he didn't believe any of his decisions from Sunday were egregious. And it made me think, okay, John, myself, and Connor, we were critical of the decisions. Two-thirds of the show didn't want Nick Sirianni back before this season started, and you're getting pretty damn close to being on our side. And let's make it clear, nobody's calling for him to be fired today.
No, nobody is.
No, it would be dumb to fire him mid-season. Okay, let the season play out. If you think you reached a wall or a ceiling with Nick Sirianni, you move on after this year, plain and simple, right? So Nick Sirianni's the head coach for the remainder of this Eagles season, whether you like him or not. My question for the people today is whether or not Jeff McClain is on to something about the narrative and how it should be more positive or maybe not as negative. Have cut 4 ready for me, Connor, because Jeff McClain, a guy that we respect on the show, that we have on a weekly basis, doesn't mean we have to agree with him. Jeff McClain had this to say yesterday about how the narrative should be more positive about the head coach.
If I was looking at Nick right now, and it's like I kind of would look at what he's done to kind of turn this thing around. You know, the way the offense has really evolved and become, run-oriented, and the way they're utilizing Saquon Barkley, obviously, but just the run game and taking something off of John Hurts, who's been playing his best football of the season, hasn't had a turnover. I'd look at defensively, the tackling has been noticeably improved. Those are stuff that Nick has implemented in practice. I mean, they're practicing tackling in the middle of the season. That doesn't typically happen, and you're seeing the direct result on the field. The turnovers, the defense is creating turnovers all of a sudden. Now, all that being said, I think we have to put this all in the proper context. The teams that they've beaten the last 4 weeks are a collective 10-26. So I'm not saying this team is great and that there aren't flaws in there.
So he's saying it should be more positive. At the end, you said, you hear him say, I'm not saying this team's great and that there aren't flaws, but he believes the narrative should be more positive surrounding Nick Sirianni. And this is a journalist that has no fandom in him. And
he doesn't.
And he's not doing this he wants to curry favor for Nick so that he has. No, half the time when Jeff McClain asks a question during a press conference to Nick Sirianni, that's the least amount of words that Nick Sirianni speaks.
And it's the one where their radar is up.
Right. If Jeff's asking something,
they're scared to death about everything the man asks.
Absolutely. So, is Jeff on to something? Look, Jeff's not swaying my opinion. I have my thoughts about Nick Sirianni.
I'm not moved on this either.
But I'm sure there are a lot of people, John, as we talked about, our listeners that go, guys, they're 6-2. Why are you still upset with the head coach? And we've had callers this week say, I don't care about his decisions. They won. His decisions may have been bad, but his game plan led them to victory.
I'm not going to ignore what I ignored last year. Because I said it last year that I wasn't liking, even though their record was at this point 7-1, I wasn't liking how they looked. And I kept saying to myself, though, but they're winning. But I kept pointing out I'm not liking it.
Well, last year was more talent, whereas this year it's like...
I think it was coaching.
Yeah, but like the in-game decisions this year are much more egregious than last year.
Much more. That's because last year, for whatever reason, I don't believe Nick Sirianni was feeling the need to just be off his rocker like he is this year. Like he's so intent on making us know that he's there every single week.
Right, I know. I don't like it.
No, I don't get it.
But
I don't understand it.
So it leads to us ask the question, should the narrative be different surrounding Nick Sirianni? 610-632-0975. The other topic that we got into, Eagles related, before we get back to the Embiid discussion, because I do want to expand on that a little bit more. The trade deadline came and went with nothing for the Eagles. The Commanders got better. The Lions got better.
So the two teams you are either even with or chasing.
Correct.
Got better.
And
you don't think that's a big deal.
No, I'm more so worried again that they got better than the Eagles not doing.
Okay.
Like, because I think the Eagles roster's good. It's like
I think it's better than good.
Exactly, and it's just.
But
I can't trade the head coach, John. You know what I mean? Like, all right, I can trade for a veteran backup running back. I would rather trade the head coach. I can't do that.
I got you. I've just always been somebody who spends below my means. If I could afford a house this cost, I'm going to buy the house that's below it. And so I do believe in the rainy day, I worry about it too much. Like worrying and going, yeah. And I know Saquon, they can't survive without him. This team isn't going anywhere big without him. With him, they can. And
yeah, but I just don't know if a veteran running back. I understood. Look, we talked about it last week, the insurance policy of having one. But you bring in a Jordan Howard was the first name that I thought.
No, but I mean,
of, right? Like they did that a couple years ago.
Right.
Didn't they do it twice? Or am I mistaken?
They brought him in. He had 1 year left on his deal. They re-upped him for another year.
Right.
It was to be there with Miles Sanders, right? Like.
He kept getting concussions, but he was damn good, a good option.
But if I bring in a guy like that where it's like, okay, like, yeah, he could have a couple good runs here and there, is that going to win me anything big? I don't think so.
Yeah, like if they had traded for Khalil Herbert, our conversation on Khalil Herbert this morning would have been 2
short.
minutes.
Like, it'd be short.
It's show over, right, exactly.
That's cool.
But I would tell you both that I feel better. I feel better about it.
I don't know if I would have felt any different.
I mean, slightly better.
Okay, you'd feel better than if something happened to Saquon. You're telling me that having Will Shipley as your second option is good enough for you. You're basing that on.
I'm not saying it's good enough for me.
Well, that's not. Then that's why I'm saying.
Like,
you needed that to be your third option,
right? But what would your first option have been?
Right.
Well, Kenny Gainwell's going to be your first
and
option.
Kenny
I know, but
still,
who is out there that's better?
Right, like Kenny Gainwell, the fall off from Saquon to Kenny Gainwell's traumatic, like drastic. Like it's if Saquon Barkley were to get hurt, I don't think any veteran running back that you would have brought in for a cup of coffee was going to do anything.
Here's what I'm thinking though: is it's not about being hurt. It's about take some snaps where you're not breaking the back of Saquon.
Then they
Barkley.
should do that with Kenny G and Will Shipley. A guy that the two guys that they've drafted.
They refused to do it with Will Shipley. I have no idea why Will Shipley has not been involved in games, including blowout games.
Well,
why he has not had more of an opportunity.
They put him in the one blowout. What was it? Cincinnati, he scored a touchdown. Then
got
there was
called
a
back.
ball
They
back from holding.
but
which is
he has not had enough snaps. He has not had nearly enough snaps.
Dude.
They gotta find a way.
But it's funny. Just a couple weeks ago, you said you didn't.
No,
they weren't using Saquon enough, and now they're using him too much.
They weren't using him during the opportunities when you had the first team offense out there. Is when they weren't using him enough. They switched the offense to being more run first, and then the offense starts to click.
Right.
That's what they weren't doing. That's what I was saying about Saquon. He's still getting those snaps. He's still getting those opportunities. I just am looking at it as you have to do a better balancing of the roster. It's how under Nick Sirianni. You remember when the first game that why am I drawing a blank?
What position?
Brain fart. Running back last year. Last year.
DeAndre Swift.
Swift. DeAndre Swift didn't get a carry his first game.
Yeah, that was weird.
Your big free agent acquisition, and he didn't get a carry. Oh, and by the way, there have been 3 different games. Devontae Smith didn't even get a target today. What's going on? Nick Sirianni and his plans, somehow they lose sight of incredibly talented players that other teams would never lose sight of. And to me, that concerns me.
I'll tell you, and maybe I'm missing stuff here. I'd love to hear what people think about this. I have not had a thought once this season that the Eagles are not utilizing Saquon Barkley the right way in the amount of touches he's been getting.
The only time the Buccaneers game I thought was just stupid because they went away.
I think it was the biggest discussion point before the bye week.
But that wasn't. No, I'm talking about Saquon Barkley compared to other running backs. I'm talking the rotation of running backs. That was a poor game plan to not run the ball. But there was no point where I was like, man, I wish that would have been Gainwell.
Right.
Why is Saquon out of the game?
Yeah.
Why is Will Shipley? I think they've handled it perfectly. And I haven't thought about it once. And you're bringing it up, John, but I don't know if anyone else has seen that.
Okay.
And I could be wrong, so I'd love to hear it.
I'm going to tell you, I hope I'm not right. I hope this doesn't bear right. I hope it's a different
outcome. Yeah, but my thing is, if he were to get hurt, or if you were...
how about this? Let's say
you want him to play, take a couple less snaps, a couple less carries. I don't know who that back is that, it's almost like it's Jahan Dotson all over again. All right, you want A.J. Brown to get one less target or Devontae Smith to get one less target?
You don't think Jahan Dotson... Okay, I'm going to tell you this right now. This is where I lose my mind on this. And we haven't discussed it. People are like, whoa, it's Jahan Dotson all over again. I'm like, what would Patrick Mahomes have done with Jahan Dotson? What would Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, if they had gotten Jahan Dotson?
Found a way to use him?
And would Jahan Dotson's numbers be pretty good?
Yeah, probably.
They would. Somehow.
Who's he sharing the load with?
Somehow they're not You've had A.J. Brown miss 3.5 games. And they can't find a way to use him.
Could be the quarterback.
What do you think Patrick Mahomes would do with 3.5 games to Jahan Dotson? I'd say 3.5 games, Dotson would have 18 catches and probably a couple touchdowns. So,
that's tough, John, because if I played with Tom Brady, I'd have 3 touchdowns. Some of these guys are just unbelievable.
You're going to also tell you that you could look at a lot of measurables and say that Jalen Hurts is having a better year than Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but he's...
Yes. But they don't find ways to use guys. They can. It's like if it's a Jahan Dotson goes to another team, it's an impact. He comes here, and he's on the back of your milk carton this morning. That, to me, is the thing, is that a guy coming here, a backup running back coming here, doesn't have to be a non-factor. A third wide receiver doesn't have to be a non-factor. But unfortunately, in this administration, it has been. That's all I'm saying. What do you think other coaches would do with Jahan Dotson? And I promise you, he'd be more of an impact. He was more of an impact in Washington.
Okay,
than he is.
Here's another part of this argument. When was the last time that a team went out? I got to think, and there's a lot of potential examples, so I know this is a question that we're going to have to dive deeper into. But, how many teams go out that are Super Bowl contenders or conference championship contenders and make a move at the deadline that you say, oh, that dude made a huge impact on their run? It's not like baseball, where every team that's playing at the end of the year has that guy they got at the trade deadline that's like, oh, he hit 300 since you got him, or he pitched to the bullpen.
That is the truth.
Because it's more of insurance planning policy. And everything.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's more of an insurance policy than anything.
And sometimes insurance is expensive.
I don't believe a running back couldn't have been poached for less. And there was a lot of supposedly talk on the wires of guys being available, but people didn't want to pay the price.
Well, let's see if they get released. And then maybe Howie's reading the tea leaves a little bit there. All right, we didn't get to talk too much about it, and we'll get back to our text in a second. So, because our previous segment was the shorter segment, the Embiid Marcus Hayes thing. Look, he's not going to have his credential revoked.
There's no reason for his credential to be revoked. There's no precedent for it. It should never happen.
And this is not us defending what he wrote. What he wrote
not at all.
Was out of line. But I've seen worse things written. I've heard worse things said, and credentials aren't revoked. If he hit Embiid, it's over.
Yeah.
No, well, first off, he'd be he'd be chalk body out.
Yeah.
If he ever put a hand on Joel.
Even if
he didn't do that, and he did apologize.
I would say this, even if he retaliated, he's done.
No, he'd be done,
Yeah.
and he'd probably be fired.
He got pushed.
Right.
That's the story. Embiid got suspended. Now, do you think it's fair that Embiid got suspended? That's also your opinion. But here's the thing. Again, the aftermath of all this, you just don't have to read his work.
You don't. It's you make the decision to click on it.
Yeah.
That's a decision you make.
Clickbait. Yeah.
You make the decision.
Yes.
And yes, I will say that. This is not, by the way, that wasn't an accident. Him poking the bear of Joel Embiid.
No.
And getting personal. And I'm, in my mind, making it over the line nasty.
Absolutely.
And say, that was by design. He did exactly what he wanted to do because he knew the clicks were going to come.
Yeah.
And that is how I guess he finds value. That's bullcrap way of going about your life, in my opinion.
I agree.
But he doesn't deserve to have his credential work revoked.
No.
Because you know what? He's one of the biggest read people from that publication. So you are the ones who are making him want to do that more.
Right.
So unless you shun it and say, that's not the content I want, then that's what you get.
There's a certain Eagles reporter in this town who I hate his work. Hate it. I think he writes things because it's the opposite of what everybody's thinking.
Okay.
People click on it, and they rip them, and they laugh at them, and this, that, and the third. But you keep on. You do it.
Right. We're leaking into a different argument, though,
Okay,
about
what is it?
why that stuff happens. What I think part of what people are talking about is Marcus Hayes initiated this altercation with what he wrote. Like, if he had not wrote that, this whole thing doesn't exist.
Correct.
He started it. Now, he
Correct.
did offer the apology. I'm not saying, like, oh, it's all fault on him. But
Yeah, he apologized because of the backlash. Like, let's be honest.
I got that. But my point is, people see him initiating the situation, and then what happens in the locker room happens, and Joel Embiid gets suspended. And from the public view, it may seem like the guy who started this is getting off scot-free without any type of repercussions.
Right, because
What should his repercussions be for writing what he wrote?
Well, that's what I think the question is. And you can't...
I don't think there's no precedent or reason.
Well...
That, you know
I
the
think, look,
repercussion
you
could be?
You could demand a statement like, hey,
Exactly. It's not
something should
take
be
his
said.
credentials.
And it all,
Who could demand a statement?
no, like anybody. I mean, anybody could demand whatever they
The
want.
Inquirer could say, hey, man, it'd probably be best if you said
Well,
something
I would hope
publicly.
I would have hoped by now we would have already read something from him.
And we have
Right.
not.
But I've given up hope on that. I've given up. And by the way, I don't click on his stuff. I make the choice to go, I know where this is going. I know the Ken Griffey crap. I know the stuff he pulled last year with the Eagles in their locker room.
Yeah.
With A.J. Brown, and A.J. Brown's a problem and a cancer and all that. So I already know what his agenda is.
But it's
so
not-
I avoid him.
It's not about reading him in the future. That's an individual choice for individual people who consume that medium. But there are people that look at this situation and say, one person is being punished, the other person is not. We believe that other person who's not being punished started it.
Right.
So we want his credential gone, and we're here to tell them that's not realistic based on how media is
Right,
handled.
and that's what we're trying to do. Like, again, so the topic of how you handle the aftermath is up to you. It's totally up to you. We're just telling you exactly how this is going to work out. He's not going to have his credential revoked. He'll be there the next time he's there to cover the Sixers. And we have given.
Right.
I don't want to give him credit because, again, he started, but we've given him credit for showing his face.
Yes,
there are a
showed
lot of people that write things and then never show up.
Whoa. There's a lot of guys in our business
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
who say stuff, and I think it's far worse,
Oh, my God, yeah.
who say stuff behind microphones and then never, ever are accessible.
I heard somebody call Trey Turner an idiot.
Right.
And
they
that
wouldn't say.
person would never say it to their face.
And I've never, by the way, I know who you speak. I've never seen that person at a batting practice. Now,
Right.
look, I was probably a 10 this year, 8 this year. No, probably 10. So
You were
I'm not
there.
acting like I'm a beat writer or anything. But someone can find me.
Yes.
And that's what you need to make yourself accessible.
Right.
At some point.
So the aftermath with all this is up to you. But obviously the current story is Joel Embiid is suspended for the next 3 games.
And it's more load management for him, and that's what he loves.
Hey, he'll be playing against the Knicks, man. I'm ready for it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
They already said it, dude.
Oh, they said it. Yeah. They said 3 games, too.
All right.
They said a lot of things.
Coming up next, we get into a discussion about the second half of the season for the Eagles and whether or not some of the young players may hit a wall. Vic Fangio spoke to the media yesterday. He talked about how he's not afraid to play young players, which is a breath of fresh air for crying out loud in this city. So you'll hear from Vic Fangio, and then we get into the conversation about maybe the younger players hitting a wall in the second half of the season. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
No moves for the Birds. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by your local PJ Wellhands. Join the club.
this Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 8 o'clock to react to the trade deadline that came and went yesterday. Eagles did nothing. The Lions and Commanders did some pretty big things. So we'll talk to Shefty about all kinds of stuff coming up at 8 o'clock. But we're going to get into another little conversation here about the Philadelphia Eagles. We've been all over the place today, but in a good way, because it's the midway point of the week, right? So we're done talking about the Jags game, and it's a little too early to start talking about a Cowboys game where we're going to be facing the backup quarterback because Dak Prescott is hurt.
Trap game, Connor?
610-632-0875.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to watch it. You and Bill are going to do the trap game stuff?
Listen, I think I'm best at the station against the spread this year in our predictions, so I would start listening to young Connor back here.
Did you send Nick Sirianni a thank you card for the backdoor dumb decision cover?
I don't have to.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Ridiculous. All right, Vic Fangio yesterday. I want to play this clip for you, then we're going to get into a conversation about potentially hitting a wall some of these younger players. Here's Vic Fangio, and I love this, talking about not being afraid to play young players.
I don't see it as an age thing or an experience thing. I see it as a production thing. Who can play the best? And we put them out there regardless. Would you like experienced guys right in the middle of the prime of their career, 11 of those? Yeah, sure you would. But in today's day and age, that's not going to happen very often. But we're not afraid to play young players. I never have been, never will be, as long as they can do their job.
Sean Desai was. And I don't necessarily blame him, because he was an inexperienced defensive coordinator who said, it's third down, I need a stop. I'm going to have Hassan Reddick play his 17th straight snap, as opposed to playing Nolan Smith, who we all can agree struggled his rookie year in his limited opportunities.
He had too many. Again, it's one of my knocks on Nick Sirianni and the approach to the team and how he talked about it last offseason. We got to play the young players, Nick.
Yeah.
And he actually called him out about it.
Yeah, he did.
Nolan Smith wasn't a bust.
No.
But he hasn't shown that he is a huge first-round hit either.
No, he's shown that he's a rotational guy that can make an impact play here and there.
But Fangio knows how to use it.
And that's beautiful, right? Like, how much talk was there during training camp? Hey, maybe they keep Quinyon Mitchell on the inside to start. Obviously Darius Slay's got that one side locked in, but Keely Ringo has experience in the NFL. If Quinyon Mitchell's the better player, Quinyon Mitchell should start. And he has, and he's been tremendous.
It's unbelievable.
Avonte Maddox only started over Cooper DeJean because Cooper DeJean missed time in training camp. I like to imagine that if he was healthy all training camp, he was probably your starting slot corner week one.
Well, he obviously had to beat, even when he came back, he had to beat out Avonte Maddox.
Yeah.
He had to show them in practice, look, I'm the guy you can rely on.
Right.
And he did. And man, has he been.
And he's been tremendous.
Do you realize? Now, I know you're not as big. You're not a big Pro Football Focus guy, and I'm really not.
Yeah, very.
I'm not a big one either. You see, you don't want to cherry pick when it's good. You realize he's top 5 at his position in the entire league.
I'm not surprised by that.
My jaw is on the floor about that.
Well, no, I'm surprised that I'm saying based off of what I've watched, I'm not surprised by it. But you're right.
Exactly.
Like the fact that they got him in the second round, he's already top 5 in his position. Yes, I am surprised by that. Now, Connor called you Chicken Little yesterday.
And he said it, and he's right.
You're being it again today.
Okay, tell me why.
Well, no, you tell me why. You're the one that's concerned about hitting a wall.
Okay, do you believe that hitting a wall for young players is real?
Yes.
Because I will tell you that Vic Fangio will tell you that it's real.
It's real.
That it's been used the last 2 years for Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and otherwise. So is it Chicken Little to say, do we expect Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean to hit a wall?
Well,
because it's been used the last 2 years for young defensive players who play a lot of snaps.
Yeah, but I said this to you a couple of weeks ago. Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter play on a much different position.
Physical, you mean, wear down.
That doesn't mean Quinyon Mitchell isn't physical. It doesn't mean that Cooper DeJean isn't physical. But, when you're getting beat up on the line of scrimmage 40 snaps a game, yeah, you're going to hit a wall at some point. I don't really see it as much with
the back end,
and a slot
the back
corner.
end of the guys.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, but they're still playing football. They're not playing patty cake out there.
No, I know. I'm not saying that it's not a physical, but if you were to ask me who's more sore at the end of the season,
we know
a lineman or a corner.
It depends. It depends on the guy. Seasons can be tough in different ways. You could have the soft tissue stuff that bothers you that we don't hear about. This is I completely agree with John on this, and I don't think this is a crazy thing to worry about at all. Like, we hear it all the time with young players around the league. You're not used to the grind of an NFL schedule, playing against these guys, playing at this level. When you're first or second year, your body takes time to adjust to what it takes to play 17 games or however many they play at the NFL level. So if you're worried about young players trying to make it through their first full season or second full season without seeing a little bit of diminishing returns later on in the year, I think that's totally valid.
I look at the 23 Chiefs and the defense that beat us in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they really beat us. I think it was, there was a gift 7 points that I believe won the Super Bowl for Kansas City.
Big part of it,
off of the fumble. That defense was so young, especially on the backside. And for the most part, they played very well.
Yeah.
For the most part, all season long, they played very well. That's where I'm optimistic about it. But it's that idea of, is it more likely that these guys sort of level off? Or is it more likely that at some point they do hit a wall?
I still expect them to level off at some point. Like, they're playing like a top 10 defense.
I'm talking about their individual performances.
Right.
Like, do you think at some point people are going to, like, I'm shocked. Every week when I watch the NFL Plus again, I tell you, is the best 70, I think I spent $74.99 for it, is the NFL Plus being able to see how few times teams are not attacking Quinyon Mitchell. And that tells me that they're seeing it and they're going, dude.
That's respect. Yeah.
He's getting automatic respect. And right now they're learning with Cooper DeJean. It's not, he's winning one-on-one opportunities.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked at how often Vic Fangio has them in one-on-one situations where he's asking them to make plays and they're delivering.
Now, hopefully, to your concern.
Okay.
Run heavy offense. Tick, 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 tick. The clock.
Not bad. Not bad.
And these guys don't have to play as much because the clock's ticking. Now, that can then lead you to a Saquon Barkley concern, which we've already talked about, the trade deadline and whether or not they should have gotten some sort of veteran running back. But I do wonder if the grinded out style of offense helps out those young players defensively.
Well, one thing I would tell you is that when you had DeAndre Swift, they were getting Kenny Gainwell the snaps to run out the clock when they were bleeding clock last year. So, and they were getting Kenny Gainwell carries when they were bleeding out the clock the year before. So,
because they had two running backs with fumbling issues, and DeAndre Swift and Miles Sanders, and I do think that's a big part of it.
And I don't know that Saquon's not fumble-proof. We've seen a few times this year.
Yeah.
He can be too. So I like the idea of that can be remedied. But for me, I'm actually leaning towards I think these guys are going to level off a bit but be fine long-term, more than hit a wall, but because of the less wear and tear.
And look, I totally get where you're coming from, but there's 31 other teams that have the same question.
Okay, are the Lions counting on two of their back end 4 or 5, depending on which.
Got young linebackers.
Are they counting on them?
They have a new starting corner.
See, linebacker, I'd worry more about those. So that plays to your point. But Nakobe Dean's never played in the NFL level. This is the most snaps he's ever played. We're not even halfway through the season.
Mm-hmm.
Does he start to show? They're getting a lot of contributions from first-time guys in that situation. By the way, Zach Bond, most snaps of his career on defense. There's a lot of guys. You're going to have 4 guys that are completely unproven like that. That's Vic Fangio, though. He'll make that call and he'll understand that.
I think. Look, if there's anybody I trust to make sure this stuff doesn't happen, it would be Vic Fangio. Terrion Arnold, rookie corner for the Lions, played 100% of snaps last week. Right? Like,
he did.
Other teams also have the same, I would say, concerns that we do right now with the Eagles. All right, coming up next, we hear from you. We've been chit-chatting a lot today. There's been a lot to get into. Don't forget, Adam Schefter joins us at 8 o'clock. Did the Eagles make any calls? We know that the trades didn't happen. No trades happened for the Eagles, but did they make calls? And if they did, for who? We talked to Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
Coming off of a game.
Sean Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning, which means a Shefty day. Adam Schefter joins us at 8 o'clock. Again, the NFL trade deadline was yesterday. No moves made for the Philadelphia Eagles. Connor, I know we have a few texts coming in today about our Nick Sirianni discussion and the trade deadline. Give us the trade deadline one first, because that's been the interesting conversation, because I'm just kind of like, nah, about it. And I can hear it. John hasn't said it, but I can hear it.
The what?
Do you know the words?
I don't know. Oh, yeah.
The words are, it doesn't matter till it matters.
That is the truth. It should be a T-shirt. And again, if it happens down the line, I'm just going to be like, it didn't matter till it mattered. And I believe in always worrying about that in all walks of life, in all things in your life.
I get it, but it's also like,
it's got to be an exhausting way to consume
How about
stuff.
this?
Really
No.
exhausting.
How about this? Is my wife's family had somebody that had, now the people are pretty well off, so it doesn't matter. They let their insurance on a home lapse.
okay.
They had a fire.
Yeah.
And they literally can't.
Nobody expected
no insurance.
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, this is not a big deal. We'll get the insurance. And, they had a fire.
Yeah, it's hard.
From lightning, and literally have to. Now they have the money to do it, but it's like I'm like, that's so stupid to me. That is so stupid to me, because you worry about things before they happen. You don't worry about things after they happen.
Like, I go back to one of our discussions before the season started.
Okay.
So this is show number 168, by the way. Congratulations. Before the season started, we were talking about the third wide receiver, right? Before
Yes.
the Dotson trade.
We absolutely were.
And I understood where you're coming from. And you would say, like, well, what if A.J. Brown went down? What if Justin Jefferson went down? Like, what if Jamar Chase went down?
Well, hopefully they would have a third option that they can tread water until they would come back.
Yeah, but there's not many third options. Like, there's not many. So for the running back conversation, right? There's not many Detroit Lions teams out there with Gibbs and Montgomery, right? Where they have two legitimate number one backs. They drafted Jahmyr Gibbs in the first round when they already had DeAndre Swift, who they then, of course, traded here. There's not many teams that have, like, the split backfield where both can be a bell cow back. There's teams that have split backfields,
yeah, you're right,
and they kind of both are mediocre, but they are two legitimate number one running backs. If Saquon Barkley were to get hurt, it's the same as if Derrick Henry were to get hurt. Like, there's a drop-off. And so whoever you would have acquired, there still would have been a major drop-off. You may have felt more comfortable with them than a Kenny Gainwell, but how comfortable?
Okay.
That's just my way of looking at it.
You're never going to get a guy who you go, well, there's no drop-off.
Of course.
But you're going to get a guy you're going to say, it's better than the drop-off that we would have had.
Okay.
And
I
that's
just don't know who that guy would have been.
Well, there was reportedly, like, just reading some of the stuff in the trade deadline, that there were discussions of all different position groups, and people found it to be an expensive trade deadline. I can't believe it, considering what Detroit paid
Right. It was
for
like
a
a
pass
fifth-round pick.
for a pass rusher that would be better than any pass rusher we have on the roster.
Correct. I agree with you there.
And would you have done that deal?
Yes. But, again, it's...
But what?
How
With what they paid yesterday.
I know, but how can you... I don't know what the cap was for the Eagles at the time. Like, how could you swing it with Bryce Huff? You're already paying that dude $51 million.
Well, you hope Bryce Huff comes around, but then you've got a guy for the rest of this year and next year that you know on the depth chart, and you got Brandon Graham going off, and you got other things happening.
I understand.
I think they could have paid for it. I
Okay.
just,
Well, we could talk to Shefty about it.
Yes, we
Coming
will.
up at 8 o'clock.
Sure.
What do we have on the text line, Connor?
So no name on this one, but they check in and they ask, why is John so worried about the trade deadline? The last couple years, how he made trades that haven't worked out at all. Basically traded for Huff. Look how that worked out, and that was the offseason. But we can't have a perfect team. The point about using players properly, though, is valid.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't disagree with that person's point. But again, I hope we're not having the discussion of, man, that was something we just could have fixed.
I really hope we're not having that discussion, because that means Saquon got banged up, and
there we go.
Really don't want that. All right, what else do we got? We also have someone, Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, we have a check-in here where they say, I agree with Jeff McClain 100%.
That's a first, by the way, from an Eagles fan.
Yeah, the fans don't tend to.
Is a first.
The way you see it on social media, man.
A lot of people don't agree with everything Jeff says, but some people do agree with things that Jeff says. I agree with Jeff 100%. Nick is doing a good job and turned this team around after 4 weeks, and his decisions have won games. I don't like Nick, but I'm not ripping him for any of his decisions in this last game.
How can you not rip him for any of the decisions? I'm not asking for you to say fire him.
Right, and nobody called for that there. The two decisions that we took issue with, the taking points off the board when you were already up 3 scores, was stupid.
Yeah, that was dumb.
And
Plain
it's something that coaches do not do. So you're just being cute to be cute. I mean, come on now.
I listened to the best show ever yesterday, and Tyrone texted Hembo and asked Hembo, hey, is there some sort of analytic statistic about 17-0 versus 18-0?
Right.
There's none. There's no difference.
There is none. And it's 3 scores.
And again, 18 or 17-0. If it's 17-6 versus 18-6, okay. Obviously, there's different data for all that. But when it is a 17 or 18-0 game, there is no statistical difference, if any, marginally, because obviously 18 is greater than 17. We learned that yesterday in Salciunas' math class.
I lean on the ESPN stats and info. Got some buddies who can get access to stuff all the time, and there's no graphic. The only analytics they have is being up by 3 scores by, like, if you're up by 3 scores at the end of the first half.
Yeah.
How likely you are to win. By the way, do you know, I did get that number yesterday. Is that now they only had the
80%.
Number. It is a number. When you're up by 3 scores at halftime, you're winning greater. Very good, Andrew.
Thank you.
You're winning around 83% of the time.
Wow.
I mean, so just math-wise, don't make easy stuff hard.
Would you guys sign up for a Salciunas-led math?
No.
No.
What if
Connor says math is not his strong suit.
Well,
What
I
if it
wouldn't
was
sign up for any
What
math
if it was
class.
one of those easy 4-credit courses?
No.
Like the art class I took at Temple, where the first project was do something while wearing something on your head.
Dude,
so I juggled with a hat on.
I took golf and personal training my senior year. I'm not taking any math classes.
You don't want Salciunas math?
No.
18. Look, John didn't know about the greater than sign. We taught him yesterday.
I knew about it. I just never was able to grasp it as a kid. No, none of the nuns taught me the shark thing.
See?
If I had learned the shark thing, Sister Mary Fatima, I would have learned.
You learned something on this show. All right, coming up next, Adam Schefter starts the 8 o'clock hour for us. The Eagles did not do anything at the trade deadline, but did they make calls? We'll talk to Shefty about it all. Coming up next, it's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The NBA announces...
Wednesday morning. I hope you have a safe drive into work today. And this is always one of our favorite moments of the week.
Always good.
8 o'clock on Wednesday means Adam Schefter, who joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by our friends at Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. John just showed me his backyard on your little iPad.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
It was jaw-dropping.
Jared Nice and his crew.
that?
Great stuff.
Absolutely. All right.
And that's because of Adam being with us, which is even better.
Absolutely. Shefty, good morning. How you doing today?
Gentlemen, good morning to you. How's everybody doing?
We are spectacular.
We're 6-2, you know?
And we're talking sports today, Shefty.
Yeah.
We're talking sports.
We're able to talk
we are
sports.
spectacular today.
How much do people want to veer outside of that and talk outside sports?
That's why we do not do it.
I don't
So
even
we
know
just-
what you're talking about, Shefty.
We just keep it in our
We
lane.
are talking sports. And we're talking trade deadline. Yesterday, the trade deadline came and went. The Philadelphia Eagles did not make any moves. Do you know if they made calls and if they were close to any deals being done?
Well, I'm sure they made calls because everybody makes calls. But I never heard of anything getting warm or close. I never heard of anything being meaningful. I never heard something is starting to heat up. Now, sometimes post-trade deadline, you hear, the Eagles and Browns were close for Myles Garrett. I know that didn't happen, but I'm saying you hear certain things about certain players that come out post-facto. But I will say that I never heard anything yesterday about anything heating up with Philadelphia. And when we did this spot last week and we talked about it, I said to you, I believe that they would be dabbling around making. I said I don't expect any blockbusters if they do anything, and that's what happened basically. They've made moves. They traded for Dotson in September. There's only so many of those that you can do. They could have taken a swing if there was something worth swinging for, but I don't think they felt like we really need this and we have to upgrade here and this guy's available. None of it ever came together and married up to the point where the Eagles, in my mind, got close to making a deal yesterday.
If you were the Eagles at the end of the trade deadline, you said, and we heard Vic Fangio say, "I like what I got. I'm very happy with the guys we got." Does it ever make a team feel differently though when they see the Commanders got significantly better in their secondary, and the Detroit Lions got deeper and fixed a need that was jumping up on them?
Yeah, I don't think they're worried about that. I really don't. I think that they look at that and that's fine. Marshawn Lattimore, the Commanders gave up a lot to get him, and he has been a good player. And if he's Marshawn Lattimore, then that's a huge pickup for the Commanders. And I think under Dan Quinn, Dan Quinn's going to get it out of him. And that was the single biggest move of trade deadline day in my mind. The Commanders getting Lattimore. All you do is look at the compensation involved. There was no trade that involved that much compensation. But I don't think the Eagles look at Marshawn Lattimore as somebody that they're like, okay, well, this just swung the balance of the power in the division.
Shefty, do you think we saw a lot of trades happening before the trade deadline? The Eagles did that last year with Kevin Byard. Is that something that's going to be probably down the road more likely that we see trades happening a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before the trade deadline as opposed to the hard set 4 o'clock deadline in the NFL?
Andrew, what I've noticed in the NFL is that there's been a blurring of lines and timing on everything. It used to be that we wouldn't get head coaches fired until after Thanksgiving. Now they can get fired any time, any week, as we saw in week 4 with Robert Saleh, as we saw this week with Dennis Allen. They don't care if it's September, October, November, December. Anything could happen then with firings, and the same is true of trades.
Why is that? What has changed for that to happen?
We've seen it happen, and so other people have seen it happen. And so other people know, okay, well, hey, they fired their coach. They traded for a player. They traded for Devontae Adams this week. Let's go trade for DeAndre Hopkins this week. Now, timing has gone out the window on these things. The teams don't wait for anything anymore. The calendar, again, you used to be able to slot in certain things and could expect certain things at certain times. And I just believe there's been a total blurring of it because and this is just my vantage point from my chair of where I'm sitting and observing everything, but the NFL just takes over everything and doesn't care. So, it's everything, and I don't know that you could correlate the two, but it's the NFL saying, well, I know we only play games on Sundays, but now we're going to play them on Thursdays, and now we're going to play them on Friday nights in Brazil, and now we're going to play them on Wednesdays on Christmas. We've never done that because it's never enough, and it never stops, and it's been that way on and off the field. Like, it doesn't matter. Rules don't apply. Just do what you need. You need to make a trade in September? Make the trade in September. You need to fire your coach in October? Fine. We need to play a game on Wednesday? We do it Wednesday. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. There are no rigid rules the way there were when John and I first started covering this league a long time ago.
We came in Monday, though, Adam, with a 6-2 football team. And once again, the top story in Philadelphia and the top discussion points were Nick Sirianni's crazy in-game decisions. And then every single ESPN show had it within the first half hour of their coverage discussing Nick Sirianni. It's amazing to me how often this man makes himself the center of attention, and most of the time it's for all the wrong reasons.
Again, I just think it's pretty amazing that they're in the spot they are and have gotten the negative attention that they have. And a lot of it has been self-inflicted, but there aren't many teams sitting 6-2. That is the record, 6-2, right?
6-2.
That generate more negativity. It just seems a little odd to me. But that's where they're at. And you know what? It doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't matter. If they win Sunday again, they're 7-2. And you just keep stacking the wins. Say whatever you want. Question Nick Sirianni, criticize him for going at the fans. Say it doesn't matter. Just gotta keep winning the games. It's good for you all to talk about.
All right, well, hold on a second. Does it matter for ownership?
Well, again, I'll say this. Keep winning games, and it doesn't matter.
Well, he made the playoffs 3 straight years, was 1 year off of being a Super Bowl appearance where they were toe-to-toe with the Chiefs, and it took them like a week to decide that they wanted to keep him last offseason. And this year has been another year of, principal's office visits for him and meltdowns publicly and then crazy decision-making. I would wonder if they're saying, is this the right guy going forward?
Well, I think every coach is being evaluated all the time. And there aren't many coaches that have faced any more scrutiny than Nick has. And you're right. Yeah, they didn't come out right away last year, right? Like everybody's, are they going to do something? No, they're not doing something. Okay. So if that question came up last year, I would say, why isn't going to come up again this year? Of course, right? Now, the only way for that to go, you can be right, I can be right, and we both can be right together.
Sure.
The only way for that to go away is to win games and have a great season. And if the season ends in disappointment, and there are losses along the way, and they stumble to the finish line like last year, I think we all could have a pretty good sense of where this would be going.
We're speaking to Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Shefty, one of the other reports that we saw throughout the week, not only could the Eagles have made trades, could they have traded somebody away? There were some reports about Bryce Huff potentially being on the block. Was there anything to that?
I heard those reports. I've never heard that mentioned. I've never heard it mentioned. So I'm not going to say it's not true, but I have no knowledge of that being true.
I love the fact, though, that we're talking about a meeting with Dallas this week and then leading up to a surprising story of a short week where the Eagles are going to host the Commanders. Okay, at 7-2, you've been a believer in the Commanders from before the year. I don't think anybody was thinking 7-2, but they've done a really, really good job. When you look at the Eagles and you look at the Commanders, do you see one team having the edge over the other?
Here's what I would say to that. It doesn't matter if I see one team with an edge over another. Like, I look at the Eagles and I'd say that's a deeper, talented, more talented roster.
Okay.
Okay? Great. So, okay, let's hypothetical. I'm giving the edge to the Eagles on their own. Who cares? Who are they going to? They're going to meet up. They have 2 games, and we're going to see on the field who's better. So here's what I'll do. I'll give the edge to the Eagles for the strength of their roster. It's a deeper, better roster. But I won't be surprised if the Commanders win because they have one of the most young, dynamic players in the game. And we don't know exactly how great he's going to be, but he's going to be really good. He's already really good. And how much better he's going to continue to be will help define where that franchise goes. And so, I mean, okay, I'll give an edge to the Eagles on the roster. I give an asterisk to Jaden Daniels, and now let's see what happens.
Shefty, how bad is it in Dallas right now?
Well, they've actually got more negative attention than the Eagles, but they're 3-5. And they play your Eagles on Sunday, 4:25 Eastern. I mean, just look at it, and I wondered back in February when they didn't redo a deal for Dak at that point before the new league year began in March. Like, what are you waiting on? Why wouldn't you get that deal done now and come in before the other quarterback deals like Jordan Love and Tua Tagovailoa and Trevor Lawrence that blew up the market that resulted in Dak getting $60 million a year? Why would you wait on that one? And why would you wait till the first day of the league year? So now the prices have gone up and you didn't get the flexibility and you went to free agency and spent less money than any team out there because you couldn't spend because you knew you had to pay your quarterback and didn't have as much cap flexibility as you ordinarily would if you had gotten that deal done with Dak in February rather than in September. So, I mean, that's just easy to look at. Now, there obviously are other issues here. The quality of the roster, the depth of the roster, everything that comes along with the Cowboys. And so, I don't know. They've been a really good team for a long time, but they haven't pushed the right buttons based on the way they've played over the last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a mess. Now, Shefty, last thing before we let you go, John and I got into this conversation earlier today, and I'd just like to get your insight on this from all the years.
Cast a deciding vote.
All the years covering the NFL. The second half wall for younger players, how real is it? Because we've seen it here with guys like Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter on the line of scrimmage, but does the same go with guys in the secondary like a Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell? Because right now the Eagles are relying on those two guys to continue to play as well as they are. Is that something that we should keep an eye on?
Well, I think it's real, and I think everybody's different, and there's also been a blurring a little bit because the college football season, I think it's expanded a little bit, right? With this play, like teams like back in the day, like a college football team, and I don't really follow college football all that much. You tell me, didn't they used to play like it's 11 games, and now it seems like we're getting 13 games? Am I wrong?
Well,
about
some
that?
of them play like a kickoff classic game and everything. Most of the teams still are playing though 11, and then it gets to 12 with conference title games and things like that.
Yeah, it just seems like there's a little bit more in college, but there's a little bit more in the NFL because there's a lot more money everywhere for everybody to go make. And, I mean, some guys, it affects less than others, but it is undeniable that when an NFL rookie's coming in, he just hasn't played 17 games in a year. It's a different deal. You don't know how your body's going to feel in late December when you've had, all the training camp and then the season. So, some people are better equipped to handle it. Some people are more physically mature to handle it. Some people are more mentally mature to handle it. But there's no way that it doesn't impact everybody. Just no way. I don't know exactly how it's going to impact Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. Don't know that. But I would just assume that there's going to be some type of impact. I don't know those guys as people to say like how professional they are or aren't, how serious they are or aren't, how are they going on the weekends? Are they staying home playing? I don't know how they take care of themselves. I have no idea. And some people they learn that over time. Some people come in as pros. Some people develop into pros. Everybody's different.
Absolutely. Shefty,
You're a
listen,
pro.
man. You're a pro.
Yeah,
We appreciate it
You
as
come in
always.
like a pro every week.
Well, we love doing this. I love being with you guys.
Good.
It's fun talking about sports, and I'm just happy we're not talking about last season.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
I know
buddy.
you were ready to move on from that one. I've heard the messages.
There it is.
Shefty, you're the man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
There he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business
He
Hotline.
got you on the back end there.
Always brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. It is time now for today's headlines with one Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got?
Not much, boys. So we have a little bit of a check-in on the college football playoff because we got the first official setup for the playoff bracket last night revealed.
Real quick, and this is a legitimate question.
Okay.
Why would they do it last night?
They do it every single
Yeah, it's Tuesday is when they release
every
it.
Tuesday night.
Okay, there was a big thing happening last night.
Well, they're not going to
Okay,
shift
so
it.
what?
It's
They're going to
Tuesday
skip
nights.
it? It's college football season, dude.
It's college football season. It just happens there's an
it's
election.
like I feel like it would be talked about more if it was, let's move it to today.
Oh, no. It's to be talked about in areas that care about college football. It'll be talked about obsessively.
I just when I saw it yesterday, I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
That's because we live here. You're
Yeah,
thinking,
good-
believe
yeah,
me,
good part.
it'll be
Good point.
obsessive
Good
in
point.
places where the teams are in it.
And it's for the scheduling of games. They get done playing the games on
Right.
Saturday, and you need a couple days to go ahead and talk through everything. And then the committee gets together. Like you got to give the guys time to be able to evaluate the teams
Well, no,
they're playing.
I get it, but this week's games has nothing to do with the college football playoff bracket coming out yesterday, today, Monday.
It's Tuesday.
I get it. I get it. All right.
They do it every
They
Tuesday.
do it on Tuesday. They
I'm
weren't
just
gonna move
saying,
it.
because it's a TV night. ESPN has it.
Yes.
So Monday night, they have Monday Night Football. So they got to have
What do they got,
programming for
what do they
Tuesday.
got Wednesday?
Why would they wait till Wednesday?
I don't know. I'm just saying, so they got more publicity. That's
Okay,
all.
you're right.
It was just a legitimate. I thought it was a legitimate question, but no. God,
You are just
my mom
nuts.
told me there's no stupid questions.
You ask
Well,
questions I never think of.
Your mom missed the boat on that one.
Anyway, so we're looking at Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Miami, Texas, Penn State, Tennessee, Indiana, BYU, Notre Dame, so Brendan Gunn's happy, Alabama, and Boise State rounding it out. But there's a team everybody should be rooting for. And they are on the outside looking in. But if you're not looking at this and saying you want number 25 Army in this college football playoff somehow, I think you're crazy. Boys, your guys' thoughts on the college football playoff, and if you have any picks on who you like.
Having to follow it, I think they've been doing this probably the last 8 years I was in the South. They probably were doing this, and it was a big part of our programming every week.
I'm sure it was,
because
yeah.
they were in the mix. You can't climb from 25 to Army will not have anything that can move them from 25 to 12. I would believe. It's a great story, Connor, but I don't think that they will have any quality of victories and
Yeah.
things like that will allow them to climb that much.
Oh, yeah.
And
The
that's what
quality
really
of victories
swings,
is
and
a-
that's
is
what
a big
swings the
deal.
committee a lot.
Dude, there's a 0% chance that Army actually makes it to the
It's a
college
great
football
story,
playoff.
though.
I will
It's
say
a-
this,
and a
though.
how awesome.
The Army-Navy game is already awesome. I can't wait for this year's.
No, that'll be great. Yeah,
Because
it's-
they're two good football teams.
But also, wouldn't it be funny as anything to just see Army play Oregon after an undefeated
No, I mean, it
season
would
and
be.
lose by like
That's why
60?
you play NCAA 25. Temple won their second national title, by the way.
Congrats,
Wait a minute. I need a shirt. I
forgot to tell you, we
I need
won it
gear.
the other night.
Wait a minute. I'm the AD.
Yeah, well, that's your fault. In 4 years as the head coach of the Temple Owls, we have won 2 national championships.
We always
Congrats.
should have hired Salciunas.
Always.
That
Also-
Ron Dickerson was a terrible hire.
Also, rounding out headlines for today, Mookie Betts. Have you guys seen how he's been celebrating the Dodgers World Series?
I have not.
Playing in a bowling tournament?
Oh,
Like-
he's a big bowler.
Legitimate. Yeah, but come on. So he came in second place in a scratch bowling tournament a day after the parade. Like he had the parade one day, and the next day he's playing in a bowling
That could be
tournament.
his hobby.
A scratch bowling tournament, meaning people who are
No, he's
the
really
elite of the elite.
No, he's really good.
No,
It's
he
unbelievable.
He has like 300 games.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's why.
Do you remember the old? This is random.
What's that?
Always random. Do you remember the old NFL bowling competitions? Like
No.
T.O.? Dude, T.O. was nasty at bowling.
I don't even remember that.
You guys don't remember this?
No.
Not
They
remotely.
used to do like celebrity
remotely
bowling
either.
matches, and it was
No.
like Terrell Owens versus somebody.
No.
And it was NFL player. Oh, I got to look these up.
I seriously don't remember it at all.
You don't remember these?
I wouldn't have watched it.
See, this is before. Remember the match? Everybody likes the golf match?
Oh, I love that.
No, this made it. The bowling one happened before the match.
Bowling is not even close to golf, dude.
It's not.
Yeah, but you get more personalities. Who do you think I am?
No, you
That
don't.
guy. What's that guy's name?
That's Pete Weber, and there's significantly more personalities
There you
in
go.
golf.
Nowadays,
Stop it.
yeah,
Pete
sure.
Weber.
All right.
All right, that's today's headlines.
I like
Thank you.
it.
Thank you, Connor.
I like that very
appreciate
much.
it.
By the way, good news for you, too. Just one little thing for your day quickly. Remember that the Eagles have the Saints' second-round pick.
Ooh, that's true.
That's
I
nice.
forgot about that. Right now, that would be the 35th pick, third pick of the second round, and it could get better.
5 picks ahead of where you got Cooper DeJean.
Remember that. Exactly.
Yeah.
Remember that.
All right, that's good to know.
A nice little side note.
Yeah, thank you. It makes me happy. How are the Flyers doing?
Yeah, 29 freaking seconds.
Yeah, well,
They played well.
But how
I
are they
mean-
doing for the draft pick?
Oh, it's getting better. Yeah.
Exactly. Come on, man.
Just pull up Tankathon. You'll see it. It's good.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show. We give you the topics that we've talked about today. And I have a question about the Sixers that I think is more so just a venting. Why has nothing been easy? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Fangio playing the young guys. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is...
Your local Bryant Home Heating Pro has the comfort solutions you need and financing options to fit any budget. Visit nopaybryant.com to find a participating contractor in Delaware Valley and rake in the savings before they blow away. Bryant, whatever it takes. Financing subject to credit approval.
The best show ever with Ricky Vitalico and Tyrone Johnson.
Yo, we gonna keep it real. We're not gonna be in here faking it on this show, all right?
Smart, intelligent sports conversation that does not waste your time.
I'll tell you this, no agendas around here. We're trying to be honest with the audience, trying to have an honest conversation without an agenda of any kind.
Have you made the switch? Wherever you are, we are. Watch on NBC Sports Philadelphia, weekdays 2 to 6. Listen on air at 97.5 The Fanatic and online at 975thefanatic.com. This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
It is 8:32 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Wednesday morning. We hope you're having a safe drive into work today. The weather is spectacular outside.
It's awesome.
Even though you were a straight-up liar saying,
What do you mean?
The last warm day of the year. How long ago was that? Like 6 weeks ago?
Maybe about that.
Yeah.
It was not that long ago.
Meteorologist John Kincade, you got me in trouble with the missus, dude.
I can't help it.
You got me in trouble. I told her, John said this is the last warm day,
This is
so
not- it
better
wasn't
enjoy it.
supposed to be.
And
This is
here I am,
terrible.
walking around yesterday, sweating,
Yeah.
sweating.
It was sweating.
Hey, we don't do weather. We do sports.
That's true.
Sports is our forte.
Yeah, meteorologist John Kincade. Liar.
Cecily Kincade.
All right.
Adam
so
Kincade.
Today's topics, Nick Sirianni. Jeff McClain joined us yesterday and believes the narrative around Sirianni should be positive. We had a conversation on Joel Embiid, and the aftermath of the suspension is totally up to you in terms of the Joel Embiid, Marcus Hayes situation. But I also want to open this up about the Sixers. And you guys can climb in on the text line, phone line, 610-632-0975. And I know we have a couple of texts that we'll get to in a minute. This is like a deeper conversation. But why has it not been easy? I'm not talking about like November 6th, 2024 when it comes to the Sixers. I'm talking about the last decade. Why has it not been easy? Is there something that first comes to your mind? Like, I do believe, and I know Bobby used to tell you this a lot, and I agreed, and I heard similar things, that Embiid and Simmons, when they first came into the league, were able to do whatever they wanted. And that kind of set maybe not the best culture. And I remember when Doc
You think
Rivers...
they still do?
I don't
you think
know.
Joel does what he wants to do? I do.
I
do.
About
What did the Clippers say to Kawhi Leonard? What did the Clippers say to Kawhi Leonard about playing in the Olympics?
Oh, it was also his choice, and he then
No, but what did they
opted-
say? What did they say to him?
They
said
didn't want him to.
right.
They could have had. We don't know if those conversations were had.
Well, if they were, he got to do what he wanted to do. Either they
During
didn't
the
have
offseason.
either they didn't have the conversation, or they did have the conversation and he did what he wanted to do.
But that's not a
during the
fair
offseason.
comparison to eating 20 pounds of Chick-fil-A his rookie year because no one will tell him, like,
Right. No, what I'm talking about is like Embiid and Simmons literally walked around like gods in that organization the first couple of years. And Doc Rivers, when he first got here, I know nobody really likes Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers, when he first got here, I remember him doing a couple of media hits and saying like,
Don't know basketball.
no, not that, but he did say that. He did a lot of, man, the culture here is really bad. And then after he got fired, obviously he did like the walking around tour of everything that was wrong. And he said, when I got there, the culture was horrible. He then reiterated it. And I believe that to be the case. But that, again, Doc Rivers was 2 years ago. Doc Rivers got here 5-6 years ago. Why has it been so difficult in this decade? Like, people keep on saying there's going to be a 30 for 30 on the Sixers. There has to be.
Yes.
And it might be a 10-parter. Why? I'm
How
asking
much time
why?
you got?
You know why? You know why? The thing is, I think you know this answer, because somehow a fan base and a whole city got sucked into the concept that what we're doing, it is inspirational, it is different, it is revolutionary, and it's going to work.
Okay, well, that's about 13
So that's a
years
30,
ago now.
No, but that's a 30 for 30. But the ramifications of it are still being
Yeah,
felt.
but those same fans that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
did not want Tobias Harris to get a max contract.
They didn't, but you know what?
And he got one.
But they were backed into a corner where they had to do it.
Yeah.
And that's where it's coming. That there's everything has a cause and effect.
They were backed into a corner. They had to do it because their GM had burners talking about their star player, which led to a coach who was barely a coach becoming a GM for a pivotal offseason.
The coach also not being able to inspire like a if you want Jimmy Butler, and a lot of people
right.
Yeah.
Inspire confidence in Jimmy Butler to wanting to be a part of things too.
Yeah, which that doesn't really have anything to do with the tank. Like you're not wrong.
The after effect of it. Like where he's saying about why are we talking about like 10 years? Like why is this a constant thing with the Sixers? There were things that were done along the line that Brett Brown's the guy, and so Jimmy Butler's not going to be here.
Right, but Ben Simmons choosing not to shoot is not because the Sixers chose to lose.
Right,
and Markelle Fultz's shoulder not working.
Joel Embiid's knees blowing up has nothing to do with the Sixers.
Do you think if they had gotten rid of Brett Brown, kept Jimmy Butler, do you think they would have kept Ben Simmons? Or do you think Ben Simmons would have been flipped for something?
Probably would have been flipped.
Okay. So that, again, the one decision
I think the plan would have been Simmons, Butler, and Embiid.
Yeah, but Butler wouldn't have stayed, right, to do that.
Butler didn't want to play with Brett Brown. He also didn't necessarily want to play with Ben Simmons.
Right.
The biggest thing was he didn't like when Brett Brown took the ball out of Ben's hands going into the playoffs when it had been that way all season long, and then all of a sudden Jimmy Butler was the guy with the ball in his hands. And Butler disagreed with it, and Butler just didn't like Brett Brown. And Jimmy Butler's a kook, right? Like, very talented player.
Good hooper, though.
But
would you have rather have the kook?
Yes. Oh, my God, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But I'm just saying, like, let's not act like if he did stay and they had a new head coach, it would have been all sunshines and rainbows. Like,
no, but
he had problems with
been better
Tibbs. He had problems with Brett Brown. We've seen him have problems with Eric Spoelstra, who's one of the most respected head coaches in the NBA.
I think there's been an arrogance that I think has been a little bit different since Daryl Morey got here. A little less arrogance about
could be
our plan is so much smarter. I know what happened.
God, you're so
all right?
upset. Did you need a hug?
No, I've never had that.
Do you need a
voice.
hug?
Our plan is so revolutionary and so smart, so next level.
But it was.
No,
and other teams did do it, John. It's
they
just it
didn't
worked
do
out.
it to that, and they also
the Thunder did exactly.
And they
what the
also
Sixers
didn't
did.
go around bragging about it, like thinking it was revolutionary. They did not.
Man.
They did not. They did not. I keep hearing about other teams did this. They didn't go around bragging like they did it more like, shh, everybody knows what we're doing.
Yeah, everybody knows what we're doing.
But they didn't always trade off every piece that they had to get worse.
Yeah, but then again, Michael Carter Williams was not in the league afterward. Like, he stunk. Like, they did see something in some of these players where they realized, all right, this guy's not going to help us down the road or in what we're doing now. The only guy that people still cry over is Jeremy Grant, and he's an okay basketball player.
No, well, you asked too. Then that gets us to the other issue. This team made stupid personnel decisions over and over again.
They did, but what's weird?
No, but I mean, that's why we're talking about it. We're saying why are we still talking about 10 years?
Part of the reason is they made stupid personnel decisions, and that's totally
I think
fair.
it's number one why.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what is, like, I don't know
I think it's
what
number
the
one.
number one thing is. Like,
I think that's it.
I don't think the process is why this is still happening. If anything, you could make the process debate, we don't have to have it, but
no, we don't.
It was either try to build it the right way, which is continue to be an 8th seed and eventually lose and then get a good draft pick.
Well, we've seen numerous franchises
we've seen it.
that have not done that have won championships, and we're still waiting to get out of the second round.
Absolutely. And they thought that this was the plan that would work. And I don't think the process has anything to do with today anymore, other than Joel Embiid's here. Like, that's really it. Like, do they have any more pick swaps? Like, they don't.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
right?
like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the process stuff has nothing to do with what went on last year and what's going on this year. It just seems like every single year there's something new. Why? Why?
We've seen teams tank before. We've seen teams make bad personnel decisions before. We've seen teams had bad coaches and bad front office executives before. And somehow we still don't see what happens to this team. That's the point. Like, you're not wrong that thing happens, John. But the whole conglomeration of how we got from where we were to where we are here is so much more than they made bad moves.
I would say this. I found this in business. I find it in sports. I find it in everything. Whenever people tell you they're the smartest in the room,
I gotcha.
They always tend up showing themselves that they're not.
And then I
I'm
wonder,
not debating that.
somebody's going to, I know somebody's going to probably be like, well, Josh Harris. Well, the Commanders are doing pretty well. So,
Yeah, they're doing pretty well.
So, I don't know what it is.
I'll tell you.
Tell us next.
Okay.
There's your tease. Connor Thomas will tell us. But I want to hear from you guys as well. 610-632-0975. Look, Eagles are our main topic today, but it's just something that I needed to vent about, and I don't have an answer for. I don't think there is one answer. You could have a number one belief.
And it's evaluation of
But
talent.
I think there's 100 things. This is still happening. Year in and year out, there's just drama. All right, Connor will tell us what his number one thing is next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Also, power rankings. I would never forget that. 97.5, the
I was
Fanatic.
hoping.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.
here. Are you on the fence about a fencing project? Don't be. My friends at Superior Fence and Rail are your experts in all things fencing. With over 5,000 five-star reviews and a stellar 94% satisfactory rating, they are the highest-rated fence company in the Northeast. When it comes to your home, don't settle. Dial 267-651-7771.
When you're on the fence, about a fence, SuperiorFenceandRail.com.
Catch this weekend's football action with Corona Extra. Grab a case today at New Epps Beverage in Limerick and enter for your chance to win exclusive prizes, including a trip for two to see the Birds in Washington on December 22nd. Just scan the QR code on the Corona Extra display at select locations like New Epps Beverage in Limerick. Whether you're watching at home or tailgating, make sure you're stocked up with Corona Extra. Visit 975thefanatic.com for details and contest rules. Corona, the official tailgate beer of 97.5 The Fanatic.
If fashion is your thing, eBay is it. eBay's where I find all my favorites, from handbags to iconic streetwear, all authenticated. For real. This time, a little Supreme, some Gucci, I even have that vintage Prada on my watch list. That's why eBay's my go-to for all my go-tos. Yeah, eBay, the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion. eBay, things people love.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultrafine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Are you ready to reclaim your vitality? Guys, at Iron Mountain Men's Health, we understand that erectile dysfunction and low testosterone can hold you back. Now they're a choice, not a diagnosis. This is Dr. Avidan Appel of Iron Mountain Men's Health. Whether you're hitting the gym or cheering for the birds, your health is your MVP. Iron Mountain Men's Health offers personalized treatment plans to help you feel like a champion again.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We give you the NFL.com power rankings. My favorite time of the week, Johnny. In a couple minutes.
Are these the early returns or are these the final numbers? Okay.
This is what we give you.
We're ready for
this time, every single Wednesday, we give them to you. But first, we got a little conversation last segment. I would love to hear from our audience about this. What's been the biggest issue with the Sixers over the decade? And I think there's a million of them. And John and I were talking about this during the break. They're not the Pistons, right? Where the Pistons just stink.
Right.
The Sixers are in a position to be contenders year in and year out. But there's always something or a million things.
Oh, no.
There's
always something.
Hold them back. And obviously health with Embiid is probably the biggest thing, but I'm talking about the organization.
You think health of Embiid's the biggest?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's never been fully healthy for the playoffs.
I got you.
So yes, he's your best player.
I think it's talent evaluation, and I don't think it's close. The fact of how many misses you lose purposely like they did for so long, and they did such little with all of the fantastic capital that they had. I mean, to me, that's much bigger. They swung and missed on some big misses.
So, Connor, you believe you have an answer.
I believe I do.
So what do you got?
You guys are going to hate it. Both of you are not going to like it. Both of you are going to disagree.
The league hates the Sixers.
No, it's not the league hates the Sixers. It's something bigger than that. It's the universe.
Oh, karma.
It's not even karma, curse, whatever you want to call it. Normally, right, I try to not go here because we handle things logically on the show. I think we do a great job of dealing in reality and not having these crazy, hoagie mouth conversations about this, that, or the other thing. At some point, when you got draft picks almost dying from peanut butter allergies and you got guys for multiple number one overall picks forgetting how to shoot a basketball or choosing not to, and all the injuries and all of the weird stuff that happens and the stuff, some of it by the organization, some of it by the players, some of it by the league, some of it out of anybody's control. There comes a point where I watch a decade of a team always having things not bounce their way, and I say, I got to consider them cursed.
You're going the curse, the Bambino?
I don't think curse can be applied to a team with so many self-inflicted wounds.
Well, How many not self-inflicted wounds do they have?
Well, the thing is, though, if they had done well with evaluation of talent, then you can survive.
Yeah, but like
some
a
of the fluky
self-inflicted
stuff.
wound is literally your own player inflicting a wound on your center. But like that doesn't happen. Like Markelle Fultz's shoulder going into Joel Embiid's eye. It's considered a self-inflicted wound, but that doesn't just happen.
And like some of it, like the Zaire Smith thing is crazy. Now you're not in that situation if you don't trade Mikal Bridges, so you could put it on the
is a
organization.
self-inflicted wound, yeah.
Exactly, but then it becomes something more than that when the guy you traded for is not only not good, but he goes to the hospital out of nowhere, like basically never plays. Like you're absolutely right, John. I'm not absolving the organization by saying I think they're cursed. They have things that they could have done better. I think everybody would say that.
Substantially.
Our man Brendan Gunn, associate producer. I'm with Connor. The new arena will probably be built on some sacred ground that curses us for another 100 years too. That's awesome.
I mean, you know how dumb luck. It's not luck. It's not luck first, because that's a bad way to put it. How you can luck into a conference finals.
Well, if you can luck into one, you can luck out of one.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but not for 4 decades. You can't.
Clearly, you can
One
because
time,
the Sixers have been doing it.
They just can't get out of their own way.
And it's
Cannot
only
get out of
been
their own
2
way.
decades, John.
Oh, yeah, since the
2001.
appearance.
Come
yes.
on, man.
It's only been 23 years.
Come on, man.
But
which is greater than a generation.
Part of where I have a tough time with this discussion is I can't put all of it on the organization. There's some stuff that, like, reasonably you could not ever expect to happen that they've been victims of. And then on top of that, there's been stuff that they have not done well. And all of that
But I mean,
combines.
like, look at what's going on now. Like, Joel Embiid obviously was missing time to start the season regardless, but he's now suspended because of an altercation with a reporter. Like, what?
Yes, I know.
You mean a lack of self-control?
It's just unbelievable.
Wait a minute. Tell me about the beginning of his career.
I get it.
A lack
but
of self-control?
Oh, yeah, but are you blaming him for? Are you blaming him for being upset with Marcus Hayes, who brought up his dead brother and his son? That's what I'm saying. Like, that's not a lack of self-control, in my opinion.
No, it is a lack of self-control when he decided to shove him. It is.
But there are a lot of guys in the NBA with lack of self-control that the reporter never writes that story, that they never have that door open, that they never get in the altercation, that they never get suspended. Like,
there are opportunities all the time for guys to play Billy Big Balls with writers and reporters. I snickered when I heard Joel did it. And that's wrong on my part. But I was like, sort of good for Joel.
Yeah,
good for Joel.
But
Joel didn't have to, but he didn't have to do it.
I understand.
You can make the decision, and by the way, hundreds and hundreds of people in the same position have done so, to not do that.
And hundreds of people have done worse than just a shove.
I don't know. I think it's very rare when it's worse. With a
I
media
don't think
member?
that's rare.
Never.
No, I'm talking about life.
I'm doing an apple-to-apples comparison.
I'm talking about life in general.
Well, I'm doing apples and apples. No odd comparisons. Athletes don't do this to reporters.
All right.
So don't make it normal.
All right. Power rankings next. The Eagles are in the top 10, as we know, and they climbed.
Uh-oh.
I'll tell you how high they climbed up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles quiet at the deadline. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by your local PJ Wellahans. Enjoy fall happy hours with friends with $3.
hope you had a safe driving to work today on this Wednesday morning.
Colarulo's in shorts.
I'm in shorts and a t-shirt.
He's holding it going today.
It was warm out. It was 60 degrees this morning getting into the car.
I'm in a blouse, according to Kincade.
Yeah, you are. Connor
you
wearing
go with the extra large look, man.
Connor wearing extra large.
Oh, well, you guys tell me all my clothes are too tight, and then I wear something that's loose, and then everything's too loose. What do you guys want from me?
I put that in the dryer for a few days.
You know what? Like Nick Sirianni, I want you to just be consistent. How about that?
I know where you bought it, so it's going to
consistency.
shrink. So you're fine.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Without giving away any
yes,
deals.
absolutely. All right. Can you get the James Jones audio for us there, Connor? There's some live work.
James Jones.
Because I want to play something for you, because coming up at 9:10, I'm going to do something despicable. I'm going to
Well, you've been doing it all morning.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm going to defend Dak Prescott.
I don't think that's despicable.
No, I think it's despicable.
Okay, I'm waiting to hear how far you take it.
Because
it may get despicable.
And here's the reason why. Just like we have held Marcus Hayes accountable today, we need to hold another member of the media accountable for what they said about Dak Prescott. But it still works out in our favor because the Eagles play the Cowboys this weekend.
Okay.
So we'll get to that at 9:10. Now, I want to do this before we get to our text messages, the NFL.com power rankings. We didn't have a chance to get to it last segment because our spirited conversation about the Sixers organization and why it just can't be easy. And look, winning is not easy in the NBA, but like you said, you can luck into some, or as Connor said, you can unluck your way out of others. And the Sixers have been an unlucky organization at times. So the Eagles have climbed up to, you guys have a guess? They were 10, remember, back-to-back weeks.
I said 8 yesterday.
I'll go 9.
I forget what did I say. Did I say 8
I think
as
you
well?
I think you said 8.
You said 20 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
They climbed up to 7.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So the Texans dropped 2 spots after their loss to the Jets, which I thought they should jump the Texans. The Texans are at 10.
Packers dropped behind them?
The Packers dropped 2 spots to 8.
Packers should have been ahead of them last week. They shouldn't have been
Eagles
ahead
should
of
have
them
had the
last
Packers.
week
Yeah, yeah.
because they were tied with the number of losses and
the
they
Eagles beat them. Yeah.
Right.
And as predicted yesterday, the Steelers stayed at 9 because they were on the bye week. So they didn't climb, they didn't fall. They had a bye week.
We hope they're resting up, getting ready for the Commanders this week.
Yes. So the Eagles coming at number 7, still behind the Minnesota Vikings. Fair. The Commanders are at 5.
I don't know about fair, but that's all right.
Well, you think they're going to plummet at some point.
I do, and I think that they have the same number of losses, and I think the Eagles are clearly better.
But that was a nice win for them last week when everyone thought that Joe Flacco would save the Colts season, except for Connor Thomas, who I believe had the Vikings in his picks last week, right?
Correct.
All right.
In my confidence pool for the week, I've already picked the Vikings to lose at Jacksonville.
How about that? Oh, my God.
I'm sorry, what?
I did.
Picks on Friday.
You said confidence
No, I don't
pool?
know that I'm going to bet. It's one of the ones where you pick all year long.
No, I know what it was.
Yes.
I just wasn't sure if you misspoke and said not
I only did it
confidence
for
pool.
2 points, but
Okay. Commanders are at 5.
Deservingly so.
Ravens are at 4. The Bills at 3. The Chiefs at 2. The Lions at 1.
who would have a problem with that?
I don't think anybody. I
That's
think
well done. That's a well done.
so. The Eagles and Vikings is probably the biggest toss-up, right?
And I have no issue with it being a toss-up, but it's, to me, the Eagles are clearly better than the Vikings.
Yeah,
I don't even think it's close.
I agree with you. So here's what they wrote about the Eagles on, again, the NFL.com power rankings. We use these because these are the least biased out of all of them.
Okay.
Don't look now, but Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, and the Eagles offense have been cooking since their Week 5 bye. I'm going to edit in here. Ever since they did what we've been asking them to do.
Exactly.
Which is have a run-first offense and simplify it a little bit and stop obsessing with chunk plays. All right, back to the article. In the past 4 games, Hurts has completed 72.3% of his passes, which is amazing, for 844 yards, 6 touchdowns, and no interceptions, while also rushing for 159 yards and 6 more touchdowns.
That's the unheard of.
That's
part
amazing.
Of it.
Yeah.
Because he's been running with a purpose.
That's almost 1,000 yards of total offense that Jalen Hurts is a part of, and 14 touchdowns.
And he's running with a purpose.
Yes.
He's not running to ditch the pocket early.
Right.
He's running with a command.
And he looks fast again.
He looks fast again.
He looks
yes,
fast
he does.
again.
He does.
That was one of the big takeaways from preseason this year, if you remember.
Absolutely.
Over that same stretch, Saquon Barkley has run 84 times for 490 yards, which is a 5.8 yard per carry, with 2 touchdowns plus another touchdown catch. He's on pace for nearly 2,000 rushing yards and 17 total touchdowns.
Okay, that's wild.
Devontae Smith has been a steady producer most of the season, and A.J. Brown's return has added some juice. Luckily for Philly, it doesn't look like the knee injury that caused Brown to leave Sundays whenever the Jags is serious. The addition of Barkley and Hurts' improvement over his 2023 play, and he puts in parentheses, I suspect the latter development goes hand in hand with the former in some respects,
okay,
which is what we said the day they signed him, have opened things back up. Barkley has been well worth the money the Eagles handed him so far, with or without his reverse hurdle play, which was easily one of the coolest runs of the 2024 season.
That better be one of the Play of the Year candidates.
Oh, absolutely.
At the ESPYs.
Now, what's amazing is that was that so the write-up's done. That was all offense.
It was.
Think about how good this defense has been to get them 7th in the NFL.com power
I think about
rankings.
it a lot.
It's amazing that they didn't even get a mention in that. And I'm not ripping the guy for writing. They write a paragraph for each team. The defense didn't even get a mention. They deserve more than just a mention.
They do. Yeah, they do.
I mean, they've won. There are games. They're 6-2. I can make the case that the Eagles defense won 3 of them for them.
Yeah, or played a major part in it. Sure.
Exactly.
Yeah,
No like the offense didn't carry them to victories.
And I got to tell you, it's one of the things where you think about. I think about all the things that we talk about all summer long, and one of the things we talked about all summer long is how we thought, all of us, I think, thought the offense was going to have to carry the defense.
Yeah.
Hasn't been that way.
No, absolutely.
It's been completely the opposite of that.
So 7th, I think that's a good spot.
That's a nice spot.
Very
I
good
like
spot.
that.
Yeah.
And it's trending upward. It was what? They were in the teens at one point on the NFL.com power rankings. So
and you know what that means? They don't evaluate the head coach either as critically or they don't think he has as much effect.
Well, they did
as
mention it. They mentioned him in the last week's one, which is why they didn't. Remember, they didn't climb up after the Bengals win. They literally straight up said Nick Sirianni's one of the reasons why we haven't moved.
And then they climbed up 2 for a win over the Jaguars at home, or 3 for a win over the Jaguars at home that are a terrible team with Nick Sirianni making awful decisions.
Yes.
So clearly, when they put their money where their mouth is, they think they can win in spite of the head coach.
Against the Jags, yes.
Well, no, they're 7th in the power rankings.
No,
so
but they're saying but they're basing it on as far as what they did is they won despite the coach this week against
the
terrible
Jags.
team.
No, I got you. But like, if you're 7th in the power rankings, that means you're 3 spots away from being a conference championship team in their mind.
I got you.
That's not far
See
off
how
for
it
a
plays
team
out
with
in
a
the
head coach they
playoffs.
don't trust.
Let's get to the playoffs first, and let's see how it plays out, Mister. They can win without, in spite of the head coach.
I'm telling you what they're saying.
I don't think they're saying that.
All right, real quick. I want to go to a call before we get to this James Jones audio, who's one of the latest yelling and screaming people on one of the networks. We just heard one of our commercials being played about Cowboys fans. You can call in during Cowboys week. And there was like the gimmicky music in the background.
Okay.
It actually got somebody to call in.
Let's
go to Kevin in the Northeast. What's up, Kev?
What's up, Kev?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What are you up to, man?
Frustrated with my team, but you guys have a good team. I just don't know what. I don't know. My team is it's fallen by the wayside. How do you not sign a running back in the offseason? And
no, they did.
They
signed Ezekiel. They signed Ezekiel,
Zeke Elliott,
and they got Dalvin Cook. Come on, man.
Why do we need Derrick Henry or Aaron Jones or Mixon? Why bother?
Dude, if it was 2016, your backfield, man, it would be really good.
I got to tell you, Kev, the problem you did, and I really will look back at this, and I said it before the season, so I'm not doing 2020 hindsight.
Yep.
I would never have my team coached by a lame duck head coach and every assistant coach on a 1-year contract. Wouldn't do it.
He's got to go. But I know someone's going to talk about Dak. I don't think he's a bad quarterback, but he needs a running game. You got to set the play action up for him. If he doesn't have that, he can't carry.
Wow, it's like we just talked about that with Jalen Hurts. Isn't that amazing, John?
It's amazing that we did.
Jalen Hurts is a quarterback. They're playing right with him. You got Saquon. You don't depend on him to throw 35 times a game. You're going to win. You got the perfect formula.
Absolutely, Kevin. Well, listen, man.
Kevin, we hope
we appreciate the call
for you, but we love you.
And we're glad.
Oh, man, I had something for him.
You said for you to me, not to him.
I had something for Kevin. I was going to tell him. And he wasn't here today.
I want to bury the guy. You said I got something for you.
He said it right before
listening
that.
ears on. It must be these fire alarms going on.
Jimmy Johnson said it right before he says that. How about them Cowboys? If you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
I honestly can tell you I never knew the lead up to it.
That's what he says. If you're going to talk the talk, You gotta walk the walk.
It's amazing.
Better or worse than his German accent, the Southern accent?
Jimmy Johnson's pretty good.
I might take the German.
What do you mean by that?
Well, we still got like 40 minutes before we get there.
Yes.
I only need it once a day, John. Trust me.
Yes, exactly. Hey, guess what? You know what? If you guys want to dump that stuff, then the minute you guys stop dumping the stupid 610-632, so we're going to have it even. So if we want to start dumping stuff, I'll do a give and take.
Oh, I'm just
because if I hear that one more time on this station on a given day,
I'm just giving the phone number
on a given day. That is the worst comedy crutch ever, and it is used. So I'm willing to give up. Now look, we can make a negotiation.
Is it the worst comedy crutch ever? 610-632.
It is. You just proved it.
All right.
You just proved.
Real quick before we get to our topics on hand and our text messages, I wanted to play this audio because as much as I love seeing the downfall of the Dallas Cowboys, and it is one. Like, if we had more time talking to our caller, Kevin, like, I'm curious to see what they're thinking because they're, like, literally – we were on edge of, is Nick Sirianni the guy, but we have a talented roster. Right. They're on the edge of just straight-up disaster, which is amazing as an Eagles fan. But I heard this yesterday on one of the streaming shows of Fox. Here's James Jones saying that Dak Prescott quit on his team.
My man quitting on these dudes. I've had a hamstring plenty of times, and I'm back the next week. It don't take no 4 weeks for you to heal from no hamstring. You're not Lamar Jackson. You're not Jalen Hurts. You're not running. Where are you running to? Basically, put me on ice for 4 weeks, right? No fight, no nothing. Hey, man, I'll be back in 2 weeks. I'll be back in a week. Dak Prescott, with the way the season is going right now, Dak is quitting on these boys. Is it off the bone or something? Because there's no way you're telling me that you're out 4 weeks with no answers, no nothing, no fight, no nothing. Dak Prescott is quitting on these boys, man.
At some point,
okay, that's a serious charge.
At some point, people got to be held accountable, like media people, because that's a ridiculous thing to say. And I'm not trying to sit here and
unless he's seen the medicals, which I'm sure he hasn't.
He quit on his team.
God, so that's a bad charge.
John, did Jordan Mailata quit on the Eagles?
No,
because he went on IR with a hamstring injury.
And Jordan Mailata is I guess what he's trying to say is, with Mailata, he'd go, that's the idea that you're going to. A guy that you want to have for later in the season. Dak's season is in the toilet.
Dallas Goedert wasn't getting that much production at the tight end position. Did he quit because he's missed some time with a hamstring injury?
Like, that's just so.
Like, I heard that yesterday
talking like that,
and I feel the need to defend the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Which which is gross, but like. I got to also start holding some media people accountable. Like
that's ridiculous.
That is an asinine thing to say.
This is what Fox Sports does.
It's amazing.
That Jack Sparrow in the morning, or he's now he's in the afternoon.
Nick Wright.
Yeah,
Nick Wright. This is what they do. Skip Bayless over the years. This is what their formula is. Can you be inflammatory as you can be? That to me, now that is one ex-player, current player.
Well, that's what I'm saying too.
That's not cool.
Like
that's not
Nick Wright saying it. That's a former player.
To me, that is character assassination, because. I don't know. I've never heard anything of the sort about Dak Prescott. I've always heard really good things about him, too. And I'm shocked.
I've heard nothing, a guy has an injury, has to get placed on IR that the doctors probably decided, and now he's quitting on his team.
That's terrible to me.
I found that crazy when I heard that yesterday. But, again, it's a reminder, Dak Prescott not playing this Sunday for the Dallas Cowboys against the Eagles. You got to win this football game.
Right.
Keep on piling up wins. Beat the doors off the Dallas Cowboys. End their season, which would be fantastic early on. Like, ending their season this early is going to be Christmas in November.
Well, now their season's already dead. Like,
no, it's not.
It's so dead, guys.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Connor, think of what you're saying here. If they win on Sunday,
their season's still alive.
They're a half game out of the last playoff berth.
Without Dak Prescott for what? A couple more weeks? You think Cooper Rush is going to consistently win?
Well, he's 5-1 as a starter.
If they go 2-2, they're still
alive.
Look, they were buyers at the deadline yesterday.
He's 5-1.
They got Mingo from the Panthers.
He's 5-1 as a starter. I mean, Cooper Rush does not come in and the team totally is terrible.
Yeah, he's not J.P. Lossman.
He's 5-1 as a starter with a really solid Cowboys team when he came in. Like, those years, remember, they were good.
They were definitely better definitely better than this.
He has CeeDee Lamb. He has Jake Ferguson. Like, he still has weapons to throw to.
He may have CeeDee Lamb. We're going to wait and see.
He may
on
have
that.
CeeDee Lamb, right.
If you can't smell the crap coming out of Dallas right now, you have a worse nose than me.
Well, that's why I'm saying if the Eagles I don't think the season's over on November 6th for the Dallas Cowboys.
I do not believe
if the Eagles beat them on Sunday, come on, Connor, get there with me. The Eagles could end the Cowboys season. Celebrate that with me.
Well, they're already dead, but the Eagles will put another nail in the coffin.
Look, we need storylines for a game against Cooper Rush, all right?
And my Sunday trifecta is going to happen, maybe.
Yeah.
Steelers in the 1 o'clock window beat the Commanders. Eagles in the 4 o'clock window beat the Cowboys. Texans in the 8 o'clock window beat the Lions. And Monday morning, we roll into Kincade Salciunas as the number 1 seed.
It's not impossible.
Parlay
those
coward.
three. No, I will.
He will.
You know what? I will.
He puts his money where his mouth is.
I will do that.
Actually, a solid
I will
bet.
absolutely do that. Those three. Can I do money lines? Yeah, if I do money lines,
Sure.
I'll do it. Bet Parks, we'll take care of you.
It's not.
that.
It's not. So the.
By the way, we're not going to get toasted.
Commanders are just 3-point favorites. No, it's a drill.
Okay.
Commanders are 3-point favorites. Eagles are 7-point favorites. The Texans are 3.5-point home dogs. So Vegas is telling you that the Lions are winning that game. But
yeah, I think I'd go that direction. I'm willing to play that parlay.
Hey, go for it.
I'm willing to play that parlay.
I like it.
So the Commanders sort of scraping by the last few weeks, and I think the Commanders are a team that could be looking ahead to the biggest game that they've
trap
played.
game for them.
Biggest game they've played in 10 years for a young team that has no experience of playing in big games. They could be looking ahead. Oh man, I can't wait. It's
right.
going to be fun.
And
Sunday,
by the way,
my Sunday trifecta. Somebody's going to parlay it with me. I'll parlay it. You parlay it with me.
And let's not forget, like, the Steelers have a great defense, and T.J. Watt's a stud. Like,
they do. And with everything that Jaden Daniels has done, he does, for the most part, throw the ball like 10 yards.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going
to very controlled
They're going to
offense.
get the ball out quick against that defense.
You hope with a young quarterback they're going to be able to do it fast enough.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a Commanders fan.
Yeah.
I hope they get their backsides kicked.
Oh, absolutely. All right, what do we have on the text line there, Mr. Thomas?
We have a bunch of people checking in on that Sixers conversation. I know you wanted some check-in on this. So Nick in Northampton says, the problem with the Sixers, the main problem, has been roster inconsistency. They change players out every year except Embiid, and they've never been able to get chemistry together. That's more important than evaluation or anything else.
Now, it does happen probably more frequently than what we notice. And let's face it, their core three has been here for a while. Well, obviously not this version, but Tobias, Embiid, and Maxey did play together for, 3 years, 4 years?
Well, Tobias played every fifth game, but yeah.
I know, but I'm talking about the three of them together. They played a lot.
Yes.
But, role players interchange a lot. But, I love that they brought Kelly Oubre back this year because you do need some consistency with your role players. I love that Andre Drummond is back so that there's consistency with the backup center position.
Helps.
So I totally understand where that text is coming from, but there's a lot of turnover in the NBA when it comes to role players, right? Role players either get a bigger contract somewhere. I mean, George Niang got a decent contract with the Cavs, right?
He did.
I can't fault the Sixers for not wanting to overpay for George Niang, just for a consistency factor. You know what I mean?
Did you have to overpay though?
What's he making?
He didn't make it.
I feel like he got a solid deal.
I didn't think it was that bad though. I didn't think it was one where you go, damn, they overpaid.
Let me see.
I didn't think it really was.
He got a 3-year. He got a 3-year, $25 million deal.
I don't think that's. You paid Furkan Korkmaz that.
Yeah, but he had a hype video.
You paid You paid Furkan Korkmaz a deal like that, didn't
the
you?
net was on fire,
and they realized how bad of a move.
Come on! Don't mention those two guys. In the
I was
same
not
sentence.
paying George Niang 3 years, $25 million.
Okay,
I wasn't going to do that, so I don't blame the Sixers for not doing that just to keep some consistency. What do we got on the Eagles when it comes to the text line there, Mr. Thomas?
All right, so we have Colby checking in on the Nick Sirianni conversation from earlier. He says, we are not overcritical on Nick. We are lucky this team is as talented as it is because he's a mojo killer. He keeps asking for his team and the offense to go against the grain and beat the odds, and eventually you're going to crap out, and it almost happened last week, so we are not being too hard on him.
I'm going to react to that text next because there's something that I was thinking about a little bit more as this week has gone on about Nick Sirianni being the uber aggressive coach that he decided to be. And what Colby just said, you're lucky to have the roster you have. I think Nick Sirianni, that mindset of a coach, can work with maybe teams that have lesser talent And maybe sometimes if you have immense talent, you just stick to what works. I'll explain more coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. In 5 minutes, we will play the best 5 minutes of Adam Schefter. We forgot to do it earlier, Johnny. So at 9:35.
Well, we got into some fun with that.
We did. So at 9:35, you'll hear the 5 best minutes of our conversation with Adam Schefter, which he gave. It was great. It was actually a great conversation about the NFL trade deadline for the Eagles, for other teams, the league moving forward, how much the league has changed in terms of teams not waiting anymore to do things like firing coaches or making trades earlier. So we'll play that for you coming up at 9:35. Of course, you can hear the entire podcast on our website, 975thefanatic.com. But I want to answer Colby's text. We had a text last segment. Do you still have the text up, Connor?
Of course, because I knew you'd ask for it, so I didn't delete it.
Thank you, because I don't want to misconstrue anything that he says. So this is what our texter Colby had to say.
All right, so he said, on Nick Sirianni, we're not overly critical on Nick. We're lucky this team is as talented as it is because he is a mojo killer. He keeps asking and asking for his team and the offense to go against the grain and beat the odds. Eventually, you're going to crap out, and it almost happened last week.
So Nick Sirianni's style of coaching, it's nothing new, and it might not be the worst thing if you're like the underdog every week. The Eagles are a damn good football team.
They are.
They don't need to do some of the things that Nick Sirianni has tried to get them to do. Again, any given Sunday, right? Every team's in the NFL for a reason. Every player's in the NFL for a reason. If you go up 17-0, it's a 3-score game. That's great against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's great against the Carolina Panthers. Best team in the league, worst team in the league. It doesn't matter who you're facing. Being up 3 scores is being up 3 scores.
And there's no chart that tells you differently.
No. And so, to Colby's point, like Colby's spot on. Like, we're not being overly critical of Nick Sirianni because everything that we say about Sirianni, I believe, is fair. Now, if I were to say he shouldn't be this aggressive back in 2021, I think that would be wrong.
I think people would be looking at you like, what are you not liking?
Yeah, like he needed to be that aggressive.
Like, what aren't you liking?
They needed to find ways to win games. Every advantage that they could possibly find. It's like a bad baseball team that plays like small ball in one game because that's the advantage that they think they have to win that baseball game, right?
Okay.
And I'm not even talking about major leagues.
Sure.
Connor, when you were in college, like I'm sure you played inferior teams that, all right, man, we got our one base runner on base. We need to move him over to
Division III. There was lots of those.
They all had to play small ball against me when I was on the mound, so.
But, like, you get it. Like,
you
played baseball in high school. Like, man, we're playing against this pitcher that's going to pitch D1. We have a bunch of guys that won't play D1, but we got a base runner on. So we got to try to steal second, bunt him over to third, suicide squeeze to get him home. We're up 1-0. We can win this baseball game.
The burden of gambling should always be placed on the lesser team. You're absolutely right.
I love that.
And so Nick Sirianni doesn't have to gamble all the time. There's going to be times where you should. Again, if you're playing the Kansas City Chiefs and it's 6-0 and they jump off sides on the extra point and you say, you know what, we should go up 8-0 against the Chiefs, fine. But if it's 16-0 against the Chiefs or the Panthers, just go up 3 scores.
Now, this was my gut feeling, like when Sirianni was making the decisions that he was on Sunday. This is my thoughts on it just real quick. And let me put some pieces together for you. Mm-hmm. So he's a guy that wants to protect his players. We talked earlier in the show, John, you talked about acquiring a veteran backup running back to maybe take some tread off the some issues with Saquon Barkley, protect him. Does Sirianni see a team like the Jaguars and say, and this doesn't affect the one where it's like you're up 3 scores either way, but I'm talking about the going for it in general. Hey, let me bury this team early so I can get my guys out of this game earlier so we can move on to the next week with less chances.
Well, being up, that would have been the going for it when they were up 10-0.
And that one I was okay with.
Which we all agreed on.
I was okay with that call.
But if that was his thought process, he then would just say, we're up 3 scores at halftime. Let's go to the locker room, boys. Instead, you got to get cute.
Yeah, that's the one where it doesn't really track.
Makes
but
no sense.
The going for 2 later on in the game and everything, I kind of, that was the sense, was like, I feel like we can bury this team.
No, at that point, they were chasing points.
He was chasing points because of his earlier dumb decisions.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So, I think Colby's spot on. I think it's just, it depends on the situation, man. Or also it depends on your roster. Like, sometimes you can just believe in your roster to just keep on winning without having to get cute.
Like when I say about the Saquon thing, too, and I had a couple people saying, come on, John, you're doing Chicken Little, like we're doing that, and saying it. Right now, He's got 9 games left. His career high is 295 carries. He's at 157. So he is on pace to eclipse his most carries ever.
Might happen.
Now, he did that in 2022, though, which I was wrong on because I thought his number 1 carries was his rookie year. It wasn't.
No, it was the year they went to the playoffs.
He had 261 that year.
That's the reason why
it was the playoff year.
It's the reason why they made it to the playoffs.
Yes.
Because the rest of that team stunk, except for the defense. I need somebody to Photoshop John's face on Chicken Little.
By the way,
we'll effort
By
that.
the way, with your son, underrated Disney movie.
Oh, we watched it.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, Chicken Little, the baseball scene brought a tear to my eye, man.
Little slip.
Baseball scene brought a tear to my eye.
Great movie.
All right, you guys can reminisce while we listen to Shefty.
Time now for our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. And this is always one of our favorite moments of the week.
Always good.
8 o'clock on Wednesday means Adam Schefter. Shefty, good morning. How you doing today?
Gentlemen, good morning to you. How's everybody doing?
We are spectacular.
We're 6-2, you know?
And we're talking trade deadline. Yesterday, the trade deadline came and went. The Philadelphia Eagles did not make any moves. Do you know if they made calls and if they were close to any deals being done?
Well, I'm sure they made calls because everybody makes calls. But I never heard of anything getting warm or close. I never heard of anything being meaningful. I never heard something is starting to heat up. Now, sometimes post-trade deadline you hear, whoa, the Eagles and Browns were close for Myles Garrett. I know that didn't happen, but I'm saying you hear certain things about certain players come out post facto. But I will say that I never heard anything yesterday about anything heating up with Philadelphia. And when we did this spot last week and we talked about it, I said to you, I believe, that they would be dabbling around. I said, I don't expect any blockbusters if they do anything. And that's what happened. They've made moves. They traded for Dotson in September. Like, there's only so many of those that you can do. You know, they could have taken a swing if there was something worth swinging for, but I don't think they felt like we really need this and we have to upgrade here and this guy's available. None of it ever came together and married up to the point where the Eagles, in my mind, got close to making a deal yesterday.
If you were the Eagles at the end of the trade deadline, you said, and we heard Vic Fangio say, I like what I got. I'm very happy with the guys we got. Does it ever make a team feel differently, though, when they see the Commanders got significantly better in their secondary and the Detroit Lions got deeper and fixed a need that was jumping up on them?
Yeah, you know, I don't think they're worried about that. I really don't. I think that they look at that and, like, that's fine. You know, Marshawn Lattimore, the Commanders gave up a lot to get him, and he has been a good player. And if he's Marshawn Lattimore, then that's a huge pickup for the Commanders. And I think under Dan Quinn, you know, Dan Quinn's going to get it out of him. And that was the single biggest move of trade deadline day in my mind, the Commanders getting Lattimore. All you do is look at the compensation involved. There was no trade that involved that much compensation. But I don't think the Eagles look at Marshawn Lattimore as somebody that they're like, okay, well, this just swung the balance of the power in the division.
We came in Monday with a 6-2 football team. And once again, the top story in Philadelphia and the top discussion points were Nick Sirianni's crazy in-game decisions. And then every single ESPN show had it within the first half hour of their coverage discussing Nick Sirianni. It's amazing to me how often this man makes himself the center of attention, and most of the time it's for all the wrong reasons.
Again, I just think it's pretty amazing that they're in the spot they are and have gotten the negative attention that they have. And a lot of it has been self-inflicted, but there aren't many teams sitting 6-2 that generate more negativity. It just seems a little odd to me, but that's where they're at. And you know what? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. If they win Sunday again, they're 7-2. And you just keep stacking the wins. Say whatever you want. Question Nick Sirianni, criticize him for going at the fans. It doesn't matter. You got to keep winning the games. Good for you all to talk about.
All right, well, hold on a second. Does it matter for ownership?
Well, again, I'll say this. Keep winning games, and it doesn't matter.
Well, he made the playoffs 3 straight years, was 1 year off of being a Super Bowl appearance where they were toe-to-toe with the Chiefs, and it took them like a week to decide that they wanted to keep him last offseason. And this year has been another year of, you know, principal's office visits for him and meltdowns publicly, and then crazy decision-making. I would wonder if they're saying, is this the right guy going forward?
Well, I think every coach is being evaluated all the time, and there aren't many coaches that have faced any more scrutiny than Nick has. And you're right. Yeah, they didn't come out right away last year, right? Like everybody's, are they going to do something? No, they're not doing something. Okay, so if that question came up last year, I would say, why isn't going to come up again this year? Of course, right? Now, the only way for that to go, You could be right, I could be right, and we both could be right together.
Sure.
The only way for that to go away is to win games and have a great season. And if the season ends in disappointment and there are losses along the way and they stumble to the finish line like last year, I think we all could have a pretty good sense of where this would be going.
Shefty, one of the other reports that we saw throughout the week, not only could the Eagles have made trades, could they have traded somebody away? There was some reports about Bryce Huff potentially being on the block. Was there anything to that?
I heard those reports. I've never heard that mentioned. I've never heard it mentioned. So I'm not going to say it's not true, but I have no knowledge of that being true.
I love the fact, though, that we're talking about a meeting with Dallas this week and then leading up to a surprising story of a short week where the Eagles are going to host the Commanders. Okay, at 7-2, you've been a believer in the Commanders from before the year. I don't think anybody was thinking 7-2, but they've done a really, really good job. When you look at the Eagles and you look at the Commanders, do you see one team having the edge over the other?
Here's what I would say to that. It doesn't matter if I see one team with an edge over another. Like, I look at the Eagles and I'd say that's a deeper, talented, more talented roster. Okay? Great. Hypothetical. I'm giving the edge to the Eagles on the run. Who cares? They're going to meet up. They have 2 games, and we're going to see on the field who's better. So here's what I'll do. I'll give the edge to the Eagles for the strength of their roster. It's a deeper, better roster, but I won't be surprised if the Commanders win because they have one of the most young, dynamic players in the game. And we don't know exactly how great he's going to be, but he's going to be really good. He's already really good, and how much better he's going to continue to be will help define where that franchise goes. And so, I mean, okay, I'll give an edge to the Eagles on the roster. I give an asterisk to Jaden Daniels, and now let's see what happens.
All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. You can hear the entire interview on 97.5thefanatic.com. Also, check out our YouTube page. Haley puts it up pretty quickly.
Good job, Hale.
She does a great job with that. So check those out. Coming up next, it is the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show. And, of course, everybody's favorite 30 seconds when German John checks in. We look forward to it coming up next.
Kincade or we could drop it.
No, I won't.
In exchange.
No, I said I only want it that one time. All right? You can't throw German John at me at 8 o'clock. I'm not ready for it. Okay? I prepare myself for this moment. You'll hear it next. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Vitalico.
Once again, we're back to certain things that happened last year. The team wins. You want to feel good about it, but there's always something holding you back.
Has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
And Nick Sirianni is the one holding this one back. There was a lot of good stuff that happened in that football game, but then you look at it and you say, well, it was the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Nick was trying to screw this game up. Every time he takes a point off the board, I get pissed.
Hear Ricky with Tyrone Johnson on the best show ever. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
When the weather changes, it changes pretty much for good. So with one last night of really warm weather, we're going to have a little cocktail hour outside tonight in our backyard paradise right on the patio, thanks to Landis Block and Concrete. Now look, we paid for it, but Landis Block and Concrete, they provided us with all of the materials to make the most beautiful backyard patio in our entire hood. I know this. We've got people who are moving into the neighborhood, building houses that are saying, can we come over and take some pictures? Because we want to see what you guys created. Well, Landis Block helps you create. Go to landisbc.com and you can get some inspiration. You can look at all the beautiful things that they've helped to create. We wanted just a slot to be able to slide in the grill. We wanted a place to be able to have a dinner if we want to eat outside. And then an area around a fire pit to be able to stop, have a cocktail, and just hang out. Whatever your dream are, you can do it with Landis Block and Concrete. They're going to help you create your own jaw-dropping backyard paradise. Check them out at landisbc.com.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo. As a former pitcher, I know when you're on the field, every play counts. But when life throws you a curveball, you need a true MVP in your corner, like my friends at Mandrakia Law. If you have been sidelined by an accident or slip and fall, turn your pain into gain with the aggressive personal injury lawyers at Mandrakia Law. Go to mmattorneys.com. That's mmattorneys.com. Or call 610-584-0700 to make sure your case is a big win. Call the MVP in personal injury law. That's Mandrakia Law.
If you suffer with terrible neck or back pain, you don't need to tell me how debilitating that can be. But we can help you. Call Dr. Chris Radcliffe. Dr. Radcliffe is one of the top spine specialists in our area. Harvard educated and professor of orthopedic surgery at Jefferson. Dr. Radcliffe is the doctor to consult with when your pain persists. His patient care is second to none. His practice, Progressive Spine and Orthopedics, has 9 offices across New Jersey. So go to NewJerseySpineSurgeon.com and tell him Bill Colarulo sent you.
people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
A lot of company.
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you
Got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Fall is here and the laughs are going strong at Helium Comedy Club. Great acts like Greg Fitzsimmons, Alonzo Bodden, Big J Okerson, New Year's Eve, and a whole lot more. Looking for a great holiday gift? Give the gift of laughter with a Helium Comedy gift card. To purchase a gift card or tickets to see any of our upcoming headliners, visit heliumcomedy.com. That's heliumcomedy.com. Helium Comedy Club, the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week.
When breaking sports news happens in Philly, we have you covered. Live updates, press conferences, insight, perspective, and your reaction. This is 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk.
It is 9:47 on Kincade and Salciunas. We got the Mike Missanelli show coming your way at 10 o'clock with our mans Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. Ray Dunn has... Ray, can you come to the window? I know you're going to be on YouTube in a few minutes, but I want
busy.
I want John to see it. He's got the perfect shirt-to-shoe match game going on right now.
Oh, I haven't seen the shoes.
Look at the shirt-to-shoe. Like, I don't...
Okay, that's sharp.
It's perfect.
That is sharp. That's what
you know what?
Look.
That's what that Temple play-by-play money does
I'm
for
brave
you.
enough to say it. Ray's been getting too much love this week, and he deserves every bit of it. But every day
he
it's
does.
Ray this, Ray that.
Ray gets too much love?
I just feel like a neglected producer of this program that there's so much love for Ray.
I just got to tell you is that, hey, we give Locked On Phillies a lot of love.
That's true.
It's not ESPN Plus, but it's...
We'll call it even if you guys just say, Connor, you were right about the trap game.
No, it's not. No.
I heard you get in love with the best show ever yesterday.
Were they really? Because they're usually torturing him.
They were torturing me again.
They usually love to torture you. It is fun. It is one of my favorite parts.
Oh, man, good. There's no bad publicity, Connor.
Right, exactly.
I would just like credit for predicting things right one time.
Oh, my gosh. Well, when you predict both sides, you can't get it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good
I did
point.
not fence it, and I almost got the score exactly correct. Let's move on to the key three. Connor,
it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas key three.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
I'm a very simple man.
Yeah, you are. More simple by the day, I'm learning.
But when it comes to Nick Sirianni, it's not so simple for me. Or maybe it is simple for me to just be angry at him all the time because he hasn't really made it that much different for me since I wanted him fired from last season. But today, I want to try to take a step back from the emotion of the latest bonehead decisions and the latest examples where he is trying to say that he would stick by those bad decisions. The question today, when I ask you, tell me what you think about Nick Sirianni, what's your answer? And Jeff McClain says the narrative should be more positive around Nick Sirianni than negative. What's your reaction to that? I don't agree with Jeff.
I don't either.
Just because he's on the show every single Tuesday, and I love our conversations with Jeff, and I think he is one of the best reporters in this city, not just covering the Eagles. I know he just covers the Eagles, but I mean, if I'm going to put the tier of all the reporters in the city, I do believe Jeff McClain is damn near the top. Doesn't mean I have to agree with him all the time. I disagree with him there.
So do I.
Like, my mindset about Nick Sirianni is not positive.
I think, in a way, when I watch this Eagles team, I'm watching a guy in Nick Sirianni that just doubles down on, no, you think I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Look, I did everything right the other day. And I'll tell you, it just makes my ears bleed. The other day, he made my ears bleed for the first time where I said, you know what, I'm just about done with it.
Joel Embiid officially suspended 3 games yesterday. Unless you've been living under a rock, you know what happened. Marcus Hayes went out of line, and that's why it led to this. The question is, how do you handle the aftermath? I think it's simple. If you don't like what Marcus Hayes writes, don't read it.
Don't consume it.
That's all.
I am so deeply concerned that the straw that stirs this drink is Saquon Barkley, and they are going to break the wheels off him. And either one of two things happen. He's going to get injured like he has previously in his career, or he's going to be worn down that he's not at his best in January when you need him the most.
See, now this is where you amaze me. Respectfully.
No, you don't do that. Don't do that. You guys, look, like this is like barroom conversation. If I was discussing this with my brother or my friends, I would not worry about being respectful.
All right.
Go for it.
It was 4 weeks ago, where you uttered the words behind this microphone, I don't think they're using Saquon Barkley.
I did.
Now you're worried that they're using him too much.
Well, because he's on track for his largest production of his career ever.
I understand.
He's 27.
The NFL trade deadline, which happened yesterday at 4 o'clock Eastern, and the Eagles did a whopping zilch. I don't necessarily have a problem with it, so we'll talk about it because I know
we have a different thought process on it, but I don't think we're of uncommon mind.
Yeah, so I saw a couple people tweet this out, and I think we touched on it last week. Look, if you're going to make a trade, it has to be like a big move or don't make one because these steals haven't worked out, right? Kevin Byard being a steal didn't work out. Robert Quinn being a steal didn't work out. Jannard Avery being a steal didn't work out. We did talk about this a couple weeks ago. The last steal that worked was Jay Ajayi, and that was 7 years ago. Like, Howie Roseman hasn't necessarily made a steal in season. Like, Golden Tate, I liked the move at the time. They never found a way to use him until a freaking playoff game, right? The steals haven't necessarily worked for Howie Roseman. So what's the point of trading another second or third day draft pick in the middle of the season, getting the guy integrated into the offense or into the defense? He's never going to necessarily play to a level that you wanted him to play. And this is always one of our favorite moments of the week.
Always good.
8 o'clock on Wednesday means Adam Schefter.
Well, I'm sure they made calls because everybody makes calls, but I never heard of anything getting warm or close. I never heard of anything being meaningful. I never heard something is starting to heat up.
I still think they made the right decision bringing him back, even today. But I swear I'm here. I'm here with him. I'm on the edge of just being like, this guy is just never going to get out of his own way. So to me, I thought Nick Sirianni would be that guy. So far, it's very mixed reviews.
This is why it's amazing because we were more positive coming into the season.
Correct.
But now that they're winning games, and I think in spite of the head coach, I have to call that out. And people go, but they're winning games.
I feel a lot
It's the
like
topsy-turvy land,
it
man.
Is.
It's
it really
topsy-turvy land. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. Brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the Stony Creek East Coast IPA, which is an American IPA with citrusy hop notes and a smooth, dry finish. The Uncle Jerry's Wit, which is a Belgian-style wheat beer, but it's not a German-style beer, is it?
No, it's not. It's the Helles is that. The Munich-style beer with the German ingredients. You'll love it. You'll love Von C. Brewing. Visit VonCBrewing.com. Don't be a Dunkopf.
Here's the question. Because this is a rotating Key 3. Like they do
It's
seasonal.
done. It'll be done soon. Then I got to get a different.
No, Oktoberfest happened, and then they kept a German lager in this one.
Right.
Do they keep the bit going? This is Von C's decision.
They might. Well, wait a minute. Christmas is very much a lot of German influences on American Christmas.
Oh, that's a good point.
I guess
maybe they would do Santa Claus.
Now, if they're smart,
is coming to town.
What they would do is they would
make all 3 German?
No, pick a fun new accent for John to try. I'd make a beer specifically for the accent they want to hear.
Santa Claus is coming to Norristown.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be the new tune.
Good job,
hey,
Johnny.
support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, Window Nation, and make a donation today to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
All right, listen up, everybody. Today was a day of sports.
Yes.
I know it was a crazy day yesterday.
It's been it's a crazy 24 hours for a lot of people.
So hang in there, everybody. Keep on moving. We're almost at the weekend.
And we love everybody.
We'll talk to you tomorrow morning on Thursday. Kincade Salciunas 97.5.